Day 52 at Woodbine Racetrack. Track announcer Robert Geller here to take you through this Thursday, July 30th. And we have an 8-race program, and it's been a picture-perfect day, sunny skies. Temperatures have been summery, 27 degrees Celsius top temperature, 81 Fahrenheit. The humidex not too high today compared to what it could have been. The northerly wind is at 20 kilometres or 12 miles per hour. And in race 5, we are on the inner turf. The countdown certainly onto the EP Taylor turf as we head into August very shortly. But I have to say, it's getting close to the run-up to the King's Plate. Lots happening in that regard. We are looking to a stakes race, though, on Saturday, the Seagram Cup. It's a terrific race, and very formful horses line up against each other. We have officially 7 tomorrow, and then 10 on Saturday and 8 on Sunday. As we take a look at the program today, a couple of important changes. Let's go to that, starting off with some scratches. Race 1 is going to see the scratch of Horse 2 Hobby Class is out as a vet scratch. On to race 2, the start of the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5, and here there are no changes. On to race 3, a rider change on number 5, Political Warfare, and that'll be Christoph Douglas. And the jackpot power pick 6 starts off here. The carry over $2,949.16. Over to race number 4, there are no changes. A rider change in race 5. Here number 2, Pipina, the rider Christoph Douglas, and £1 over. This race coming up on the Bet365 inner turf. The going is officially firm, and the going stick was a reading of 11.1. The rail is a fair way out, as you can see, 32 feet. That means we are in lane 4. Now there is a scratch from the 6th race. It's number 5, Anella Kai is a vet scratch. Race number 7, horse 4, Lady Moonshine, the rider Christoph Douglas. A really handy jackpot high five carryover today, up to $78,501.07. Stuart Scratch, number 5, Hardy Christini. The rider of now number 9, Brown Butter Sage, Austin Adams, and a corrected weight, 122. So they are the changes and overweights as we head into another week of racing action. Coming up right now is Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer, wearing bells, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent.
The game's absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. Game time, that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
She feels pretty, grabbing the lead. Diamond Rain coming on the outside as they hit the wire. She feels pretty narrowly.
This is the moment.
The countdown to August is on. The countdown to the plate is on. The countdown to the EP Taylor Turf Course being back in action is on. And the countdown to Elisa Blow going 8 for 8 with her selections is coming up as well. Welcome to
You're
the
gonna
show,
be waiting a
Lisa.
while.
And Jeff with you here on the set of Woodbine Racing Live. And what has turned out to be an absolutely glorious day for racing. The forecast for the long weekend, Saturday looks dicey. It's supposed to be better on Sunday. Monday's going to be fantastic, naturally, when we're not racing. But that's just the way it goes right now. But yeah, the plate is closing in. And as Robert said, we got the Seagram coming up on Saturday's program.
Crazy. And the month of August just goes like this, right?
Yeah.
Because we're so busy here with the plate and everything that comes with that. But as you were saying, you know, we saw some really cool footage this week. If you follow social media for Woodbine, you saw this as well. Really cool footage of some of our peeps out on the EP Taylor Turf Course getting a chance to get a feel for it. And I found out, okay, so now we know that this front horse, which is a pony, is Stevie Ban.
Yep.
So that's good. Former jock. Won tons and tons of races here. And then we have another pony, But then we have a racehorse, and that is our own Harold Fortune, who is aboard Elusive Knight. This is a Amanda Cameron trainee that he took for a little dance on the turf course. So looks fantastic. I couldn't believe it when I saw the pictures in the video yesterday, just how gorgeous the grass looks. And so it should. We've had so much rain this summer.
Now, the part they're on right now is actually done before the winter time. The first part they were on got done towards the end of spring this year, or during spring, whenever it wasn't snowing. And as you said, it's been a great summer for the routes to kind of take. What they're going to do is they're going to play a little bit conservative to start. There's going to be like a lot of 6.5 furlong races on the course. And then eventually come in September, we'll get to the big races at a mile. And then in October, we'll be able to go like 1.5 miles and stuff like that too. But it was a massive project and it had to be done. But as you said, like every time we would go and look at races or get to the press box and look out, it just looks like Augusta National out there.
Oh, it's
You know what I
absolutely
mean?
gorgeous.
It's so good.
And really, I mean, it's great that we have our inner turf course, but we're really missing our jewel, which is the EP Taylor. And even so many trainers came here to race on the turf course, and some of them thinking at times that they might have been on the EP Taylor and then finding out that they were on the inner turf course for some of our big races. So I think we're going to see a lot of our European horses coming back, a lot of Americans coming back to compete because they really love that sweeping turn.
Can't wait. And you talk to every rider in that room, they're so excited
I
too.
bet.
You know, 'cause there's just no other course in North America like ours. Like Kentucky Downs is different because it's undulating. It's like a farmer's field, right? So it's a little bit different, but this one's very, very unique. So that is going to be taking place August the 8th, weather permitting. And as I said to Mother Nature, who is watching the show, as I know, no games on August the 8th. Beautiful day for racing and a beautiful day for plate day too, please.
Yeah, she owes us a couple things.
Yeah, she does. She does. Let's take a look at some Heritage Series action. This was round 2 of this series, and we had 2 different winners. So we'll start off with the girls in the Thunder Bay. And I don't know if he bought a lottery ticket or not, but the way that Sinatard's going right now, Splashy Bourbon with a cannonball type performance here in this field.
You know what's really cool about Splash of Bourbon too, and you referenced this the other day, and we're going to see this when we see the second winner as well, was that both of the winners from the Heritage Series that we had on Sunday were owners that we have had around here for a long, long time. And Tucci Stables with the win there with Splash of Bourbon, who will be a reference for quite a few horses over the next few days if you're doing your handicapping. There's a few horses that show up with their last races against Splash of Bourbon.
Right now, at this point, Lake Superior wine after whiskey inherits the lead, but here comes the Patty Dixon trainee. Humor me a story. And how about Jalen Samuel with a big fist pump when he wins this one?
Very first stakes win at Woodbine, but like I said when I interviewed him, he's been the king of the Barbados Gold Cup. He's won that on numerous occasions, but a last to first victory, and this one for Colebrook Farms, who have been huge here in Toronto. Not only do Colebrook Farms have a number of horses that they send out every year, but they've got one of our biggest breeding facilities in the province as well. John Burness, a great guy. He was here to celebrate as well with Pat Dixon and the whole connections there. So fun to see those 2 races, and they went for good purses, Jeff.
150. Yeah, they got the bump from 100 to 150,000, so $90,000 to the winner, which is fantastic because both people will reinvest that money in the program here. And the sales catalog just came out. It's for the sale coming up not too distant future in September, as a matter of fact. And if you look at some average win payouts type stuff, we have favorites clicking at a 33% rate. Moran had a good day at the office, the junior Moran that is, and the average win payout was $11.38. But I got to show you the sales catalog. Did you see it online?
I just saw the picture
the Northern
online.
The Northern Dancer and Nureyev and the EP Taylor looking down on all his horses.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of a cool
I
catalog.
like that.
Yeah.
I really like that. You know, celebrating the history and the reason why we're here, really.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
you know, that's very important as well. But yeah, get your books and start doing your homework because a lot of people be looking to spend some cash. You know what's interesting? We have a couple of races coming up with this on Saturday as well.
Yes.
And they are baby races for horses that went through the CTHS sale. Yeah. And the money there is very good. You're going to see, I think, the sales topper on Saturday in the Mike DiPaolo barn.
Right. Wins for 400,000 Canadian. So that one will start from post position number 1 as Spites down. So you and I, we got to get some ice. We can buy ourselves a horse because the money is really increasing. In fact, we should point that out too. This is the first day where all the overnight races are getting a bump.
Yes, that's
So
right.
if you're looking at the purses, you might be saying, well, that's a little bit more than they used to be. Well, they are, because they got a bit of an increase in here. So we're going to go 7/8 to start off things. 7,500 claimers, non-winners of 2. We scratched number 2, that being hobby class. That one will not participate in here. I looked at this Armada Rising, and from what I can tell, Elisa, just looking at the Equibase charts, I think this is a private purchase. So I don't know what they paid, but it might look like a suspect drop, but I don't know what they paid. So is it really a suspect drop?
Well, that's just it, because if they're offering the horse up for $7,500, then I don't think they paid a fortune, right?
Exactly.
So, and you'll see the drop here today, but this is a whole new horse now as he's moved into the Phil Hall outfit, or she's moved into the Phil Hall outfit, and he's employed his go-to rider in Cavay Nichols, which is always important to me, because we haven't seen the season that we, expected to see, but maybe this barn will get hot, the Phil Hall barn, but when they do get hot, it's normally with Cavay.
And Cavay, he was so frustrated a couple weeks ago. I was talking to him. Look at his stats. He has hit the goalpost probably more than any other jockey this meet at Woodbine. So he has 107 starts, 9 wins, 26 seconds, and 23rds.
And some of them are by about this much, and that's the painful part of it all.
Replay time. Let's take a look at a replay that you've got in here. We're going to take a look at Take Chances.
That's right. And this is an interesting replay for this horse. This was the first start back. One little interesting tidbit of information is that today, Juan Crawford will be aboard. It's his first ride since the injury last Thursday. Didn't ride at Fort Erie, so he's taken the time that he needed. He comes back here to ride Take Chances, who I think has a legit shot to win. We get the rail trip here, but right about here you see that Juan kind of has to put the brakes on, but not the big brakes, but just a little bit of brakes. Now we start throwing the reins back at this horse because the rail opens up, and he's trying to get her up the rail, but it's really too tight. It's really tight to get her through there. And then at about this stage, when he takes the stick up, you're going to see he has to really check hard because the rail, just was not available, and now we've lost her momentum. It's too late to get rolling again. By the time that she does get rolling, she ends up finishing in the third place spot. So not exactly the best of journeys for her with the tight trip. She had to be, pulled up there pretty abruptly, and then she had some issues into the turn as well. So now that we see Juan back after the injury, I'm really hoping that this horse gets a nice clean trip here today, and Take Chances is the way I'm going to go. I see that you've gone to the 8 horse in the top spot, and that work is interesting, the work on the training track in 35 and 2.
Yeah, like the problem with your horse, and I don't mind your horse, just the 1 for 30, that's the type of field it is right in here. You've got Charge That Mountain. The Fort Erie race was just sort of so-so, but now we're back in for 7,500 in this spot too. I like the first race of the day to be like Happy Gilmore, just tapping it. Nice little confidence builder in here, but you can't bank on anybody in this field.
I mean, you could look at Almasty's Lust. This is the Ron Sadler trainee, because, we really, really like this barn, so oftentimes we'll include this barn in our selections. And after the race on June the 19th, they went back and worked this horse a couple of times. So this is the 3rd start in the form cycle for Almasty's Lust.
So that's our first topic. Let's get to our second topic now, which is Clocker. Ernie Perry. I wonder if he went out for that steak with his
I
big,
think he did.
big
And
winnings.
he had dessert too, probably.
This is 35-1 winner the other day they gave us. He was going so good that both his horses scratched on Sunday. He didn't have to sweat that out at all. He got to ride the high for a nice long time, which is terrific. So the 3rd race will be at 7/8 to a mile, optional 40, non-winners of 2 races lifetime. Most Espresso, I just thought Hot Barn, let's go. Drops down in class in here, but the Clocker horse is my covenant. Now this one's kind of been searching around for a spot, because remember this one on July the 24th was in a turf 2-turn race, and I think was in for a quarter, and now is protected for 40 here today, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, that's saying something about this one. And, obviously, Sittard, anything he's sending out is very strong, but we all often find that his horses will need one.
True.
And that's the case with this horse here today, as this is the first start back. I'm going to go with the horse who's, definitely fit and ready to go, and that's the 4 Wild Card for Julia Carey. Pietro Moran will do the riding. Almost was able to get the win last start on the turf at 7.5 furlongs. Comes back to the main track here today, which is a surface that the horse is more than capable of winning on. This is a live little barn right now, and they have a very big race coming up too in the not so distant future, of course with Brachetto. So Wild Card, I like. Now, the two Sids, I'm interested in Navy Street here today, who is offered up for the $40,000 price tag. Flora's back aboard, and they're adding blinkers, which is a big move for Sid. When he adds blinkers, they win at a 25% clip.
So I think what happened with Navy Street was I think the horse won first time out, then finished second in the display, and they thought, you know what, maybe we have something in here, so let's give it a go. But I think looking back on it, they had the horse perfectly spot in that first career start for 40.
Yeah,
and went for 40 today.
How many Jimmy Creeds have we seen here, and they've done well,
they
right?
have.
So we'll keep our eye out on that one, but I'm going to see what Julia's got up her sleeve with Wildcard.
I wonder if she's sleeping okay. Because she
don't know.
looked pretty stressed the day we were chatting with her, but it's all going to come to an end.
One day at a
week
time,
Saturday.
as she said.
That's, listen, in all aspects of life, that's all you
Yeah.
can really do, you know? So let's look at our topic there, Clocker Report. Our next topic is going to be the pick 4 in here. And speaking of hot barns, it's amazing how many hot barns we got
Yes.
right now. Mike Wright Jr., his barn's really rolling right now. I know you're going to try to beat this one with So Kate. I don't mind you doing that too, because So Kate, you know, from a pedigree point of view, is really bred to go around 2
Yes.
turns. But here's the problem with this condition, and I say it time and time again, and people are probably so sick of me saying it. She's a one-time winner, and Very has won 12 times.
I know. And she's a young girl. She's 3,
Yeah.
competing against older runners. But that's kind of the way the cookie crumbles. And
Yep.
I'm just looking at the horses that she raced against in the Alley Wow, and one of them was Flowerhead, who came back here to compete again in a stakes race not too long ago. Well, it was on Saturday,
Yep.
wasn't it?
Yep.
And ran a huge race in that event. So I'm using that as my reference for So Kate. I did put Very in the second place spot. She's definitely one of the speed players in here. And I used the other Josie Carroll horse. That's Talbot's Riplin, who is coming in off of a 4th place effort. But this horse was competing on the turf last start out and gets the move back over to the main track.
And my horse is in here, Copa.
I knew it.
Copa.
I got a few songs for you to sing this weekend.
Yeah, so that one's obviously moving up the face a lot tougher. And I wonder in hindsight if people kind of wish they dropped the slip in for Not This Time for $40,000, but it is what it is at this point. By the way, you're always up on this type of stuff. When's the Saratoga sale? That's got to be coming up in the not too distant
Oh,
future.
I don't know. I'm not sure. You know what? That I'm not 100% sure.
Because
on.
that's always a good one. They always have a lot of good horses that go
Oh,
through
yeah.
that sale.
Well, that's because that New York program is really
Yeah,
strong,
no,
too.
it is. And so Very for me, So Kate for you, and Josie's got a couple on that spot, and Conditioner Kevin Attar's got a couple on that spot as well. Race 4 starts off with pick 4. Our lone turf race of the day will be in race number 5. So here is your Jeff warning. You know how you, I hate all the stuff I buy these days says high in saturated fat.
Oh, isn't that awful?
I know it's high in saturated fat.
Don't
I know
remind
it's
me.
bad for me, but I'm still gonna buy it.
But then there were things I was buying that I thought were healthy that say high in
know.
sodium, high in fat.
Like there's a certain ice cream that I just love right now, and it's like the label cannot be any bigger. That Jeff, this is bad for you. Do not
Right.
eat this. And I'm just like,
I know. I understand what Canada is trying to do, make us healthier, but
yeah. So, anyways, your warning is this.
Okay.
We're in lane 4 this week, so find some speed if you can all do it.
I got one.
Okay. Perfect.
Lone speed in the race, North York, right?
Could be.
Yep. Why you? Oh, well, you got it. You think there might be something else?
No. What do I have for speed? Yeah, I think you're on the speed.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, that this is a potential gate to wire winner here in race number 5 on the program. But that's what I'm going to go. North York went straight to the front in that last race, going 7.5 furlongs on the inner turf course, and was able to get the win over Elisa's Macho, who we know is no slouch. And we'll see her come back again as well. I talked to Rick Hayashi. She got a little bit of a break at the farm, so she's going to come back to training again. But I think with this horse being one of the lone speed threats in the race, it's up to Davy Moran to try and slow this sucker down so that no one can come rolling.
And you could be onto something.
Yeah.
I've got the horse third in my picks. I went towards Mikhail just because she absolutely loves this course.
Mm-hmm.
You look at their 3 starts on this course. She has yet to run a bad one in here, and another barn that's really
That
rolling
barn
right
is
now
very
too.
strong.
So I'll go in that one's direction. But yeah, North York. The thing that irks me about North York a little bit, and this is where taking too many notes can sometimes backstab you a little
Yeah.
bit. This horse was in the slower split of a race by 8 seconds. The other one was the Cassie horse that won the faster split, who has
Okay.
since gone on to do some pretty good, that Miss Soothsayer.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So-
She's actually turned out to be a good,
Yeah.
that's a key race now.
Exactly. So maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh on North York by doing that.
I just saw the speed and thought,
No,
come on,
and that's a
why
great
not?
style.
Yeah.
That's a great style to play on this particular course. Race 5 will be at a mile and a 16th. Well, sometimes they say that the teacher is wiser than the student, but the student sometimes steals the headlines. And I think the teacher for the Durousseau barn has been Alan Durousseau, and the teacher has been Davy Moran for Pietro Moran. I say the teachers win with Can't Argue That here coming up in race number 6.
Me too. And I'm going to show you an interesting replay on this horse as well, because once we saw her career debut, we both put stars beside her and said she's definitely a replay horse and a horse we want to play next start out. So the slow break here for the 7, you can see that on that day, Davy really had to take up. And I'm going to show you why when you see the head-on shot of this. So again, we're breaking. Davy's aboard, first lifetime start, and boom, she gets sandwiched. Yep, tuna sandwich there. Yeah. And so obviously they have to suck back. And then we're going to forward this up for you where she is at the back of the bus. And they are heading into the turn here. Now, she gets the rail, which is ideal, because if anybody's learned anything here, it's that you want to be close to that rail or hugging that rail. But she's able to move here, and I think she moves like an older horse too. Like for a first-time starter, look at what he was able to do, get her onto the rail here, and then once she's really got that clear path, she looks very focused. She puts her head down. She's determined. There's a horse in front of her that kind of moves to the outside. Like, there's enough things here for a young horse that could kind of make her say, yeah, I'm just going to pack my toys and go home. But that's not the case. She looked really determined in that event to finish 3rd. Now, that's against Maidens for 10. Both the 1st and 2nd place finishers have since come back to win again. Now, I know one of them won at Fort Erie, but you know, either way, they both came back to win. And they've moved her up today for $15,000. So Alan says, no, I don't want to lose her for 10. If you want to give me the money, you can give me 15. But I think she's the play here in this spot. And who is...
Who would argue with these two people?
That's right, yes.
Nobody.
I love how Robert starts picking the gray horses. There's a lot of gray horses, and they just look so matchy-matchy.
They do.
So yes, can't argue that'll be a top selection for a lot of us. There is a scratch in that race too, so it gets us down to a small group of 5, but it's her race if she decides she wants to run.
Very quick thought on 2 horses in here. Crumlin Fashion taking the massive drop, and Bo Pink, who laid a total egg last time that we're dropping in class.
I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty bad race. When she was bet down as the favorite, she gets beat 12 lengths, so you got to try and turn her around. I just don't know, because this barn, again, with stats, we don't get a ton of them first start off with a claim. Like, I don't think of it as a claiming operation necessarily. They've only run 4 horses that they've claimed, and it's a goose egg beside it, so they're going to try and buck the trend with this one, but I was pretty impressed with what I saw from Can't Argue With That.
Drop scares me with Crumlin Fashion, but Donnie's really going good right now, so maybe that will sway in that one's direction. Let's get to the jackpot high 5 now, shall we? This is race number 8 on the program, going 5.5 furlongs in this spot. I'm really swinging for the fences in here. I'm taking the firster. Well, you know, I'm taking Sporty Angela, and the only thing is, and the only reason why I'm picking this horse is because Abley's riding. Never rides for the barn. Yeah,
that's true.
And now all of a sudden you get one of the main top 3 riders here at Woodbine showing up with this horse.
Mare was an 8-time winner, so she was a good one. She banked $165,000. It's her 5th foal, but only 2 of those foals are winners. So a little interesting there. Now you're going to see...
You can do that with every horse in this race.
Exactly, because you have horses in here that will show speed, like the other Chickenance horse, which is You Signed It. The other one is Girls Night Out, who will show speed, but they don't often maintain that speed.
Yeah.
And so, they'll show it, but they fade. That's why I use the one Miss Candy Girl in the top spot. I think, we just need a nice little tracking trip from her here today. It's only her 2nd start since moving up here to Toronto and moving into the Dave Borsk outfit. Remember, they claimed this horse down at Gulfstream for 17.5. So obviously, running for 10 has taken a little bit of a loss. But I think the barn spotted her right. We get Jeffrey Alderson today, which works for this outfit. I'll go 1-3 using the Sporty Angela horse, same as you. And then I tossed in Believe in Luck for Phil Hall on the drop here today from 25 to 10. Because with some of these other horses, even though we're going 5.5 furlongs, it's a little suspect as to if they can carry that speed.
And the thing that I like about your horse is the rail. And, just if I was David, just say, Jeffrey, stay on the rail.
Exactly.
Just stay on the rail and roll the dice.
That's right. That's all you have to do sometimes here in Toronto.
Hopefully, the rail opens up and you're gone. And you're able to pull off the victory. So let's look at race number 8, the Jackpot High 5 finale. We have plays of the day. We got a ticket with Robert as well, I am told. We'll see what he's going to put together, but here we go.
So I showed you the replay for Take Chances. I'm going to use that horse, like Jeff said, just to try and get that first winner out of the way in the opener on the program. My lone speed horse, North York, talked about that. We showed you the replay for Can't Argue That, who shows some promise. And Miss Candy Girl for Dave Borsk is my top selection in the finale on the program.
Is there a song? Candy Girl?
See, this one said there's going to be tons of songs for you to sing over the next few days.
Well, Ava's Princess, the Princess got her picture taken last time, and I think it's got a shot to repeat.
Me too.
It's coming up in race number 2. Stay on the fence. My best bet is going to be Very coming up in race number 4. My watch lister is Can't Argue That, same as you. And I'm going to take a chance on this first-time starter named Sporty Angela coming up in race number 8 on the program. Doug's going towards Scary Speedy. I am scared this horse might be the speed of the race and might not get caught. Ron's going towards Fury, and Robert is going to go towards Can't Argue That, who had a tardy debut and made up a lot of ground that most recent race. Okay, I've got to grab my pen here. Let's take a look at Robert's pick 3 ticket.
Okay.
Going to start off in race number 4. It's got Talbot's Riblin. It's got your horse, okay, top pick. So
I'm
you
okay
guys
with
are on
that.
the same page. And the 5th, he's going to use Prophetic, Debbie, and McKell. So no North York. You want to talk to him about that?
All right, yeah, but Barb's Barn's going pretty good too, so okay.
And then Can't Argue That is going to be his key coming up in race number 6. So races 4, 5, and 6, that's where Robert's going to go with his pick 3 play of the day. There is no tension with you and Robert, despite the fact that you guys disagree with that?
Oh, we're bosom buddies,
All
Robert
right.
and I.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good. That's good.
He's the only one that feeds me lately, Jeff.
He does.
So I'm friends with anybody who feeds me.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. Yes. We've got some data that we're going to pass along here. It's called Stats and Standings and other stuff that you can look at.
Is that what it's called? Stats and standings and other stuff you can look at?
That's pretty much it. We should have that segment named that. That would be amazing.
Stats and standings and other stuff you can look at.
Yeah. There you go.
Sponsored by. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Inside, this was last week. Inside was good. Middle was good. Outside, not so good. This is a recording.
Yeah.
Inside turf course sprinting, we had a lot of 5 furlong races,
Yes.
so that's not a huge surprise there. So that's for week 15. That's it?
No, route.
We got route. I thought he said wrap.
No.
Oh, route.
Route.
So the way it works is Lisa and I, we have these earpieces, and producer Mike can talk to us, and often we get off track, and Mike has to get us back.
Right.
Okay, so
More than often.
I do hear voices, but this time was a legitimate voice that I was hearing. To Peter Route Racing inside, 3 for 6. Again, the inside did well on the turf course there, going around 2 turns as well. Running style. Do you feel the need for some speed?
Look at all those speed winners from 278, Jeff. 115
So
speed winners.
basically, that is 40-ish%,
Yeah,
45%.
that's big.
That
Yeah.
is big, really, really big. Let's take a look at the running style. Well, one of the closest we know is 6 to 7 furlongs won the stake.
That's
Give me
true.
a story.
That's true.
And speed, though, doing well there, and still about 40%, I
Yeah.
would say. So that's, listen, that's the name of the game now, North American racing. You got to have the speed.
Well, but here's a little bit of a change.
Yes, so that was route races.
Well, that's where Humor Me a Story pops in. Right?
No, because that
this
wasn't
is-
a route. That wasn't a route.
Oh, it wasn't. You're right. It was 3/4. Yeah.
So, now I'm curious. I gotta look back and see who some of the closest were that won route races last week.
Stalkers did all right on the inner turf too. Well, I mean 2 for 5, but still. So look at still speed has the dominating number. 17 winners from 43 starters there. All right, closers and stalkers on the inner turf at 1 mile to 1 mile and an 1/8. Okay. All right.
Oh, Captivating Name was one of those horses that went off the pace, went around 2 turns.
Yeah. Okay.
That would make sense. That's the only one that comes to mind off that. Wembley Avenue, you liked.
Oh, that's
Came
the
from way
Sid
off
horse.
The pace, too.
Yeah.
So okay. Find what we're selling. I got it.
And that's yours. That's today's edition of This, That, and the Other. What were we calling stats and standings?
Stats and standings and some things you can read about or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Some stuff you can look at or something. I don't know.
You can look at.
All right, let's see on the old scriptaroo here. That's it. That's a wrap.
But tomorrow we have works to show you.
Yes.
Lots of works that we're going to show you over the
Might
next
look
few
at
days.
the Seagram.
Yeah, might take a look at that. Don't forget about that special baby race that we have. We have one for the boys and one
2
for
of
the
them,
girls
yeah.
for the CTHS, horses who went through the CTHS sale, featuring the last year's sale
The
topper.
stopper, yeah. I remember that.
You were there.
I was there and I was like, this is starting to get interesting with the bidding. So I got up to $400,000. Race 1 coming up in about 22 minutes from now. Horse arrived inside the paddock area. When we come back, Elise will give you her thoughts on the opener.
announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day. The King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
"17 minutes to go before race number 1 here at Woodbine. It is Lisa, it is Jeff. We're so excited for the month of August arriving because it means we've got the King's Plate, and that's the start of the Canadian Triple Crown. We're going to be back on the E.P. Taylor Turf Course as well. Now, I'm going to tell one of your secrets. Elisa loves to listen to CFRB 1010.
I do, for the weather and the traffic
So-
and the talk radio. I like to learn something.
So I was listening to the news on 1010 the other day, and they were having a job fair at the CNE.
I saw that. I listened to
means-
that.
Which means that fall is right around
I
the corner.
listened to that. 5,000 people
Crazy.
they hire. We
Crazy.
could go there. We could go. We could make
Cotton candy?
Cotton candy.
I want to work in the food.
Of course, you'd want to work
food
at the
station
food
or whatever.
station.
Yeah. What is it like? They have that house.
It's a whole
building. It's a food
building.
Yeah. Let's see if we can't make some money to maybe go down the exhibition. I haven't been there in years. 7 furlongs, 7,500 claimers, non-winners of 2, and we're going for a purse here of $29,600. This race is for the ladies. So charge that mount, I think, was probably well sold for $7,500. Didn't run bad against Allowance Company in that most recent race down at the Fort, but as you like to point out, probably for the first time in her career, she's had to ship up to race today.
That's right. Now, not a bad day for shipping because, you know, the weather isn't so hot and so steamy for these horses. But, you know, here's a horse that they took for $7,500, and you give them credit because they didn't wait 30 days. They jumped the horse up to $15,000, and they were able to get a second place check. And then they decided to stay home and race the horse at Fort Erie. Now, that was going a quick 5/8 of a mile, and she was third that day. And in behind a horse that we know, Mo Argentino. You know, around this time of year, we start to see the Woodbine horses that just haven't cut the mustard here surface at Fort Erie. Now, he goes back to Romero Mirage, who he used when the horse ran second for $15,000. And I like the price here today, $7,500. This is what they claimed the horse for. This is what Tino Attard originally evaluated the horse at, and surprise, surprise, he wasn't wrong.
Scratch the 2. The number 3 is Japonka. I don't know how they've lucked into this kind of quirky stat, but they are going to go in a 7-furlong race for the 5th consecutive time. Like, talking about being lucky that you're finding kind of one of your favorite distances.
Yeah, well, we've kind of made that joke over and over again, and it's not really a joke, it's the truth. Just saying that Bill Theranis, everything he wants, he seems to find it in the condition book. Now, he doesn't use very much of Chris Douglas. They've only been together twice. But on one of those occasions, they won a race. And so he'll give this young rider an opportunity here today. Obviously wants to get in a little bit later.
Serenading Amaya probably does want 2 turns, but the race is here in the books. They'll give it a go going 7/8.
And that's likely why they're putting the blinkers on here today, just looking for a little bit more speed because she doesn't, you know, this is something a little unusual for her, the 7/8 of a mile distance. She's only tried it once before. And when she did, she just didn't show any speed at all. So looking to get some speed into her by putting those blinkers on.
You're not going to hear me say this too often when we're talking about 7,500 claimers, but I think it's safe to say that Almost East Lust has never been better than she is right now.
True.
She's got 2 very good races to start off her campaign.
True, and we've said this many, many times. Ron Sadler likes a challenge, and this is a challenge that took him a long time to figure out because she didn't break her maiden until her first start as a 5-year-old. So imagine that. I mean, last year she had 11 starts as a 4-year-old and just wasn't able to get close. But this season, the light bulbs went off. Now, she did win that maiden score for 10. She held off Miss Candy Girl. You're going to see that horse come up in the last race on the program, which is a horse that a lot of us are gravitating towards. She will likely be seen early in this race. It's a matter of carrying her momentum. Since the last race on the 19th of June, she's gone back. She's worked again. She had a nice nice 5/8 into her, and then a nice half into her. So I think third start in the form cycle, we should expect her to at least try and get us a check here today. I put her in for the second place spot.
Love what Ken Albu's doing with the 6 horse that's being Silver Darts. You know, you get that win. You claim the horse for 10. You get that main special weight win. Horse pays for herself. Now in for 7,500.
Right, and you know, you talk about the purse increases, and that we have to remember that Fort Erie's in line with that. So are all the harness tracks and the quarter horse track as well. So the maiden special weight at Fort Erie, which at this time when the horse won it was 21,000, has gone up since then. So he offers the horse up for 75. I agree. This is how you play the game, especially if you want to be a Fort Erie trainer and bring horses here to Toronto. You've got to offer them up for aggressive pricing, and that's what they're doing with Silver Dart.
Kirk had a great day on Tuesday at Fort Erie. The 7 is Take Chances, and you showed us a replay last time out, and it was an unlucky journey.
Twice this horse got herself into a little bit of trouble. Once on the turn for home, you'll see that Juan Crawford had to kind of take up with her, and then he started to throw the reins at her quickly because the rail opened up. Once she got onto the rail, she just wasn't able to work with that trip because she kind of got shut off, and she had to be steadied in the final few jumps of the race, which just kind of took her momentum away. And then once she started rolling again, it was too late. Well, welcome back, Juan Crawford, as well. This is his first ride back since the injury last week.
Amazing. He's back a week away, and that's it. Good for him. The number 8 is Armada Rising, a private purchase since that most recent race, taking a ton of action right now at 2-1 and just now leaving the paddock area.
So, like you said, there's probably been a private purchase because this horse was with Michael Glazier, and he raced the horse in the optional 32, the A other than. That's way too tough. And the new barn, and this we see all the time, right, Jeff? The new barn gets the horse, and what do? They completely drop the horse in for the bottoms that you can race for here in Toronto, which is 7,500. So they're in search of a win for the new connections, and the fact that the horse is here for 7,500 makes you think that the purchase price wasn't too high.
First time on an all-weather surface for that one. That is is a look at the field for the first race of the week here at Woodbine. And Elisa says, I've got a watch lister for you right off the bat. It's Take Chances, right now at odds of 4-1. The opener coming up shortly.
Call to post the first race on our Thursday program, and number 2 is a vet scratch, and that is Hobby Class is officially out as a vet scratch in race 1 of the day as they come to the post parade shortly. They'll go 7 furlongs. This is a conditional claiming race. Fillies and mares who are 3 and up, and non-winners of 2, opens what is an 8-race program. Race 1 coming up in 8 minutes. Here is the post parade. Race 1, number 1, Charge That Mountain. The rider Romero Mirage for Richard Davis and the ownership of Gerard Catalano and Victor Nozzo. 2 is a scratch. Number 3, Japonka, is in the barn of William Theranos for Tara Horse Farm Incorporated. And with the ride is Christoph Douglas. Number 4, Serenading Amaya, is raced and trained by Dale Powell, jockey Luis Reyes. 5, Almost Is Lost. And Jason Hoyt has the ride here for Ronald Sadler, owner and trainer. Silver Dart, number 6 for Six Brothers Stable, Ken Albu and Kirk Johnson. To number 7, Take Chances, is trained by Ryan Jones for Greg Samulak, jockey Juan Crawford. And number 8, Armada Rising with Kevin Nichols on board for Philip Hall and Terence O'Toole. The first race at 7 furlongs in 6 minutes. 3 minutes to a start, 3 minutes. This field for the first race will be heading to the start, and the current favourite at 2-1 is number 8, Armada Rising, showing up as second favourite the inside runner, Charge That Mountain, who's being taken in hand. And then out to 5 or 7-2, Take Chances, now 4-1. And number 5, Almost Is Lost, is at 5-1. Just the one in a turf race coming up later in the program will be in lane 4, and that is race number 5. On an 8-race program, they're moving in under sunny skies here at Woodbine. First to go up, Charge That Mountain. In gate 5, Almost Is Lost. Along to gate 3 is Japonka. Kirk Johnson on Silver Dart out the saddle. The last start winner going up riderless, and it's Serenading Amaya into gate 4. Now led in is Silver Dart. Deeper out comes Take Chances. Juan Crawford back in the saddle, and the last is Armada Rising as we have the first race from the chute. 7 furlongs about to get underway. Armada Rising, Keve Nichols completes the lineup. Start coming up. Off their race, bobbling the break, Almost Is Lost. The rest pretty much in a line. Going through is Charge That Mountain on the inside. Away well, Armada Rising deep on the track. And they got out to lead by a length and a half. Japonka going to third. And over on the outside, Take Chances improving. As they settle into stride, though, the pace being shown by Charge That Mountain. Armada Rising control the terms early. Into third, Take Chances. Back to fourth, Japonka. And in behind them, Silver Dart is going up on the outside, and on the rail, Almost Is Lost. The one at the back, 4-5 away, is Serenading Amaya. Racing up the backstretch and Charge That Mountain by 3 parts of a length. Armada Rising second, racing wider, Take Chances in third. Silver Dart the outside, Japonka the centre. Almost Is Lost the rail as they bunch, and a long last is Serenading Amaya. racing off towards the 3/8, and it'll change up front. Charge That Mountain being pressed on the outside by Armada Rising, and keeping tabs in third is Take Chances. They've gone further ahead, about 3 lengths, and Almisty's Lust is coming up the inside, but racing inside the quarter, taking over narrowly. Armada Rising got the upper hand from Charge That Mountain, and over on the outside, Take Chances from Almisty's Lust. As they come down the stretch and breaking free, Armada Rising got out by 2 or 3 lengths. Take Chances in second, and not much happening from behind, and it's Armada Rising holding quite convincingly, running home from a long way back. Serenading Amaya starting a searching run, but Armada Rising going out to win the first, and Keve Nichols, Armada Rising, scores by 3.5 lengths. Take Chances second. On the inside, Almisty's Lust third, and deep out fourth was Serenading Amaya, 127.09. A commanding win to Armada Rising in the first race. The winner is number 8. Opening quarter, 23-4. The half mile, 47-3. 3 quarters, 113-1, and the time is 127.09. The numbers 8, 7, 5, 4. The winner 8, Armada Rising. 7 is second, Take Chances. And third, number 5, Almisty's Lust. Fourth home, number 4, Serenading Amaya. Armada Rising, too good for them, and Keve Nichols into the winners list straight away here today for Philip Hall and Terence O'Toole. And Armada Rising, bred by Mrs. Martha Callahan in Ireland, is a Bay 5-year-old mare by Phoenix of Spain. And the dam is Urban Hunt, and that is win number 2 in a 6th lifetime start. Armada Rising, the favourite, the winner. Race 1 has gone official. Here are the payouts on the first. The winner, number 8, Armada Rising, has paid $5.20 for the win, $3.60 and $3.40. $4.50 to place for number 7, Take Chances, and $3.60 to show, and 5, Almost Is Last. $6.20 to show, that exacta 8.7, $17.90. And the trifecta 8.75, $69.85. The super number 4 in fourth, $302.40. Swingers 7.8, $5.30. 5.8, $9, and 5.7, $5.80. Payouts on race 1. Are coming up. Off their race, bobbling the break, Almost Is Last. The rest pretty much in a line. Going through is Charge That Mountain on the inside. Away well, Armada Rising deep on the track. And they got out to lead by a length and a half. Chaponka going to third. And over on the outside, Take Chances improving. As they settle into stride, though, the pace being shown by Charge That Mountain. Armada Rising control the terms early. Into third, Take Chances. Back to fourth, Chaponka. And in behind them, Silver Dart is going up on the outside, and on the rail, Almost Is Last. The one at the back, 4-5 away, is Serenading Amaya. Racing up the back stretch and Charge That Mountain by 3 parts of a length. Armada Rising second, racing wider, Take Chances in third. Silver Dart the outside, Chaponka the centre. Almost Is Last the rail as they bunch, and a long last is Serenading Amaya. Racing off towards the 3/8, and it'll change up front. Charge That Mountain being pressed on the outside by Armada Rising, and keeping tabs in third is Take Chances. They've gone further ahead, about 3 lengths, and Almost Is Last is coming up the inside, but racing inside the quarter, taking over narrowly. Armada Rising got the upper hand from Charge That Mountain, and over on the outside, Take Chances from Almost Is Last. As they come down the stretch and breaking free, Armada Rising got out by 2 or 3 lengths. Take Chances in second, and not much happening from behind, and it's Armada Rising holding quite convincingly, running home from a long way back. Serenading Amaya starting a searching run, but Armada Rising going out to win the first, and Kevin Nichols, Armada Rising, scores by 3.5 lengths. Take Chances second. On the inside, Almost Is Last third, and deep out fourth was Serenading Amaya, 127.09. There is the first race finish order. There is a claim. It was Charge That Mountain, horse 1. And Charge That Mountain goes from the barn of Richard Davis to Devon Gittins for Bruno Schickedans. No changes. Race 2, the start of the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5. Post time will be up in 22 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
There's a reason we use expressions like storybook season in sport. For over 160 years, the King's Plate has played out like an enchanted fairy tale. It's Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. King's Plate, Canada's race. Be part of the spectacle, be part of the legacy. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at kingsplate.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth coffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Nice purchase out of a digital sale is Armada Rising. A nice return on investment there. Bought the horse for 4,000 American. Wins here for 7,500 Canadian. As now we look ahead here to race number 2 at least. This will start off the pick 5 for races 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're going to travel 5.5 furlongs in the spot. Scary Speedy might be the speed of the race, but both you and I are hoping that the rail is going to help out Ava's Princess. And we'll see if this one, owned by the young Ava Chirkop is able to go right back into the winner's circle.
I hope the boss is here today to watch too, because I think this filly has a great shot of repeating. Now, her last race was when they dropped her in for the all-time low price of $25,000, and there were a whole bunch of scratches in that race as well. So it got scratched down to a group of only 4 that she had to worry about, and she was an easy, much the best winner when stalking the early pace and coming with a run. And that's the trip I'm looking for here today. She's got speed to run down, courtesy of the 3 Scary Speedy. She's got to be a horse coming into the race with a ton of confidence. I say she's the winner.
Number 2 is Reach for the Top. Patty Dixon, I wonder if he has his voice back from the weekend, screaming up his stakes winner home, and deservedly so, celebrating that victory. This is the jockey-trainer combo, in fact, that just won that race.
That's right. And it's interesting that they took this horse to Fort Erie for a race on July the 20th, because, you know, the races for this horse, I would think, would be going, and maybe they just decided they wanted to try the horse on the dirt and see if they could wake her up in an allowance race down there. And unfortunately, she didn't take to the dirt at all. And she would have taken a little bit of play, not too much, unfortunately. So now here she is back for the $25,000 price tag. You just have to try to decide what kind of pieces of this puzzle Pat's putting together. Obviously, they've tried her at the sprint distances on turf before as well, and those experiments didn't work out either. So we're getting a slight cutback here to 5.5 furlongs. She is the longest shot at 16 to 1.
Let's get to a speedster now, this being Scary Speedy, and she was very, very quick last time out. Actually set up for a horse that you liked the other day that was able to beat this one.
Right, and so she actually faces the horse that beat her last start out, and that's Silicillum, who is the Dale DeRusso trainee in here, who will look to stalk the trip very similar to what she did when they were racing on the turf back on July the 9th. Now, that was at a quick 5/8 of a mile, and she went fast. She will go quick. She can go 21:44. Like, she will go fast here today, but I'm hoping that she goes so fast that she kind of gets a little leg weary, and it sets it up for our horses to come from off of the pace. However, I do think she can hold on for a piece of it.
Nice to see that off the long layoff, Mrs. C ran better last time out, but now we get the quick comeback.
Right, and the drop down to $25,000. You're going to see a lot of that over the next few days. People are really starting to reevaluate their horses, and we kind of say that when we get to plate, we're at the halfway mark. So people are really starting to evaluate, and that's the case with this one, who's dropping in for $25,000.
Silicium is the first one that I can think of this year, at least, that's taken advantage of the way this race is written, because this is a non-3 race, but if you're a 3-year-old, you can win as many races as you want. This is a 4-time winner in this field.
Yeah, it's funny, we've been starting to have this condition, but we haven't seen a ton of horses fitting it,
I think
right?
It's the first
and this
one.
is the perfect example, right? So this is a horse who stalked the early pace in that 5/8 race back on July the 9th, in which Scary Speedy did the work up on the front end, and I kind of see it unfolding the same way here today. With the extra half a furlong, she'll have a little bit of extra ground to work with here when she decides to kick into action. So watch for a stalking trip from the 5.
Monty's in, ran a lot better than I thought, going just 5/8 on the turf course last time out.
And yeah, got into a little bit of trouble in that race too, some bumping going on in there, but the horse was able to end up in the 2nd place spot. This will be the 4th start this season, and was a winner at first asking when competing at this distance on this surface.
Another one coming out of that same race as Mrs. C is Enchanted Forest.
Enchanted Forest is a horse who was in against Mobila, who was an easy winner last start out. That horse won by an easy 6. Daisuke Fukumoto takes over the riding here today.
And maybe you just pick the hot barn, that being Tanzanite Lily, the way that Citadard's going right now, despite the fact this horse is in 4/4 today.
This horse has that reference to Splash of Bourbon. We were talking about that on the pregame show. Raced against Splash of Bourbon, who has since come back to win a stakes event here on the weekend. Also a Citadard trainee. Now drops in for $25,000 here today for a red-hot barn. Anytime you see Sid, my suggestion is use the horse in your ticket. Even if you see a horse that he's sending out at a price, use your those horses in your tickets. When a barn is cooking like this one is right now, just everything's firing incredibly well, you'll kick yourself if you don't use this horse in the ticket and you get 5 to 1.
So the favorite kicks off the day, and now coming up in this spot, who will be favored in here? Well, right now the bettors kind of like that 3-year-old with all those wins right now at 5 to 2. As we do start off, the pick 5 here from Woodbine Pool is going to be guaranteed at $50,000. We're going 5.5 furlongs.
Call to post for the second race on today's program, opening the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5. There are no changes. 10 minutes away, 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track. Fillies 3 years of age or fillies and mares 4 and up, non-winners of 3. Here is the post parade. Race 2, number 1 is Ava's Princess in the barn of Stephen Cherkop. Ava Cherkop is the owner and Jose Campos the rider. Number 2, Reach for the Top. Patrick Dixon is the trainer, owned by Colebrook Farms, the rider Jelon Samuel. Number 3, Scary Speedy, owned by Rosetta Edwards, trainer Ryan Jones with rider Deshaun Gaskin. Number 4, Mrs. C, Track West Racing Incorporated owner, trained by Mike DiPaolo, and the rider Sahin Savachi. Number 5, Silesium, for Dale DeRusso, Robert M. Jones, and Christoph Douglas. 6, Monty's Inn, Emma Jane Wilson riding for Kerry Brooks, and owned by CMP Brooks and Archie Lee. 7 is Enchanted Forest, with Daisuke Fukumoto, the rider for Enza Armada and Hannah Springer. And number 8, Tanzanite Lily, is in the barn of Sid Attard. The owners are Mike Stone, Randy Breedon, and Troy Matthew, the rider Pietro Morin. 7 minutes, race 2. 3 minutes. Now starter Ian Ross is calling runners forward to the gate. A nice betting race this one, where the favourite currently at 3-1 is number 3, Scary Speedy. There is good support for both 5, Silesium, and 6, Monty's in at 7-2, and for the 1, Ava's Princess, 4-1. So we have possibly any of those 4 runners as the favourite here. Tanzanite Lily at 6s. They're moving in for a start. Coming forward first is Mrs. C for Sahin Savachi. Goes up at the 5.5 furlongs, and it's now the turn of Ava's Princess. One of the 2 last start winners in the field. The other is Silesium. Going up is Reach for the Top. And Silesium is in the gate. Monty's in. Moves to the line. Deshaun Gaskin on Scary Speedy. Continues to shorten, is now 9-5. Enchanted Forest has moved up. And to the outside gate, Tanzanite Lily for Pietro Moran. Stand by for a start. Fillies are ready to run. Off they race. Tanzanite Lily bobbled the break and missed it by about 5 or 6 lengths. Dashing well out in front is Scary Speedy. Burst clear by 2.5. Now 3 to Ava's Princess. Reach for the top in third from Enchanted Forest, Silesium and Mrs. C on the inside. A length to Monty's in. And a distant last, Tanzanite Lily. Out in front, Scary Speedy, and it's Gung Ho out in the lead. Scary Speedy by 2 lengths to Ava's Princess. 4 away is on the inside, Silesium. Going forward, Enchanted Forest. The centre reach for the top. A length to Monty's in. Mrs. C back to second last, and Tanzanite Lily tagging on. Well out in front, Scary Speedy as they go to the quarter. Out by 5 lengths. And now coming forward to second, reach for the top, joining Ava's Princess. Trying to run for the back, Enchanted Forest, Scary Speedy. Well out in front by about 4.5 lengths. Reach for the top, started to peck away in second. Monty's in, getting some of a wriggle on, but well out in the lead still. And Scary Speedy's lead diminishing about 3.5. Reach for the top's a bit of a game trier, but not enough. Scary Speedy has seen it out. Scary Speedy by about 2.5 to 3/4 over Reach for the Top. Ava's Princess, Enchanted Forest, and the time 1:5:14. The winner is 3, Scary Speedy. Gate to wire. The first quarter in 22 and 2, a half a mile, 45 and 3 and 58 flat for the 5/8. The time is 1:5:14, and you'll find the numbers are going to be 3-2, 2-second reach for the top, and more to come for third. Three, 2, 1, 7, unofficial. The winner 3, Scary Speedy. Second 2, Reach for the Top. Third is 1, Ava's Princess, and fourth 7, Enchanted Forest. Stewards are now taking a look at the start. There's an inquiry involving number 8, Tanzanite Lily. Into the winner's circle once again. Scary Speedy, a winner 2 starts ago, and then a handy second back to the winner's list today, and a very solid on the lead win. Congrats to Ryan Jones, to Deshaun Gaskin, and to owner Rosetta Edwards. The 4-year-old chestnut filly, now a 3-time winner by Shaman Ghost from Hot Society. Was bred by Robert Marzilli. Has had an impeccable campaign. 3 starts this 2026 season, and now 2 wins and a second. Once again, this inquiry is focusing on the break. Does involve number 8, Tanzanite Lily. So please hold all tickets. Please note the steward's ruling regarding number 8, Tanzanite Lily, was that number 8 did not receive a fair start, and therefore there will be a pari-mutuel refund. Horse number 8, Tanzanite Lily, on any wagers with the 8, there will be a pari-mutuel refund. The inquiry concluding number 8, Tanzanite Lily, did not receive a fair start. Here are the prices. The result has gone official again. A refund for number 8, Tanzanite Lily. The winner, Scary Speedy, paying $4.10, $3.10 and $2.60 across the board. 2 Reach for the Top, $7.20 and $4.50, and 1 Ava's Princess, $3.10. Exacta 3-2, $29.80, and the Try 3-2-1, $43.55. 3-2-1-7 in the Super, $200.10. Consolation double, a pair of 8s, $5.30. The winners, 8-3, $22.80. 2-3 Swinger, $7.15. 1-3, $4.45. 1-2, $3.30. Race 2 payouts. Off they raced. Tanzanite Lily bobbled the break and missed it by about 5 or 6 lengths. Dashing well out in front is Scary Speedy. Burst clear by 2.5. Now 3 to Ava's Princess. Reach for the top in third from Enchanted Forest, Silesium and Mrs. C on the inside. A length to Monty's in. And a distant last, Tanzanite Lily. Out in front, Scary Speedy, and it's gung-ho out in the lead. Scary Speedy by 2 lengths to Ava's Princess. 4 away is on the inside, Silesium. Going forward, Enchanted Forest. The centre, Reach for the top. A length to Monty's in. Mrs. C back to second last, and Tanzanite Lily tagging on. Well out in front, Scary Speedy as they go to the quarter. Out by 5 lengths. And now coming forward to second, reach for the top, joining Ava's Princess. Trying to run for the back, Enchanted Forest, Scary Speedy. Well out in front by about 4.5 lengths. Reach for the top, started to peck away in second. Monty's in getting some of a wriggle on, but well out in the lead still. And Scary Speedy's lead diminishing about 3.5. Reach for the top's a bit of a game trier, but not enough. Scary Speedy has seen it out. Scary Speedy by about 2.5 to 3/4 over Reach for the Top. Ava's Princess, Enchanted Forest, and the time 1:5:14. There's the run through the finish order again. Tanzanite Lily, horse 8. Refunds. And a claim, it was Silicium from the barn of Dale de Russo to Sylvain Pion for Albert Manelli.
You know those orange chocolates where it has that? I hate that. You know what's funny? My girlfriend loves those. Yeah? I don't understand why. I tried it out and it was so weird, dude.
Race number 3 is the start of the Jackpot Power Pick 6. The carry is $2,949.16. A rider change on 5. Political Warfare to Christoph Douglas. Post time in 19 minutes, race 3.
Top heavy. Yeah. I saw it before you came in. Yeah. You know my eyes. I saw it. I took a glance back. I saw you and I'm like, he knows. I don't miss much.
When your name is Scary Speedy, I guess you should have a little bit of speed. And as Robert said, it's been a good year for that filly, Elise. It took a lot of money, too, going off at even money.
It's funny how you can predict when they gave this horse a name. that she
Yeah.
was going to turn, like, I mean, you wouldn't want to name a horse Scary Speedy and have her be a deep closer, right?
Right.
Or a horse who doesn't show any kind of zip at all, but a very well named horse, the Scary Speedy. That's now her second win this season from just her third start.
This is one of the more interesting races on the program, this third race, an optional 40 non-2. We're going to go 7/8 of a mile, and the betting public not sure which direction to go. So we'll start off with the one this being Spites Will. It's a quick comeback, and I think at this point they're saying, you know what? I think we know what we've got. Last year we were able to make a little bit of money, but now we got to be aggressive and go back in for the tag.
I know, but like, are you going to play a horse who's coming out of the plate trial and offered up for $40,000? Like,
Me
that's
personally?
kind of scary to me.
Right. The quick comeback would worry me, but this
Yes.
barn won with a quick comebacker as a 2-year-old the other day, too.
And also it's suggesting this horse is not what they were hoping the
Yep.
horse would be, right? Because you wouldn't offer the horse up for 40 if you thought you had like stakes caliber competition for this year. Now, last year they did try with, you know, they won a maiden special weight, then they went into the display, then they went into the Coronation Futurity. Like, they were on the road to thinking that they might have had a King's Plate horse, but when they raced him in the plate trial, he just didn't show up at all. So the price tag is here, $40,000. If you want to take him, you get Jose Campos back aboard. It's a strong jockey-trainer combination, but I'm going to look elsewhere.
So Spitesville had a good race a couple of starts ago. Paradise Perfect had a deceptively good race, I thought, last time I went around 2 turns. We're going to see that winner, Bowman's Run, coming up on Sundays.
Right, and that was on the turf. This horse closed up a ton of ground, was 13, 14 lengths out of it, and ended up finishing 5th, but only beaten a length and a quarter. So yeah, even though this horse had a wide trip in that race, he was able to really close up some ground. He could be a player here. It's just a question mark of if he's going to like coming back to the main track. That last race, keep in mind, was on the turf.
I'm going to take a shot with Mospresso. I'm hoping the Hart Barn can strike yet again in here. Obviously won that last season. They got that big win, that main special weight win, which was terrific. And then they protected him in back-to-back races, but now he's in for a tag.
I guess my other thing would be, we don't see Chiefswood putting horses in for price tags very often. And this is a Chiefswood horse. It's offered up for $40,000. And, you know, and it's the first start back now. So what was it? You know, was it just that they wanted to take their time with this horse? But he hasn't resurfaced until the end of July. So you got to kind of wonder if something might have happened in that November 30th race and he's needed a little extra time. But he's got the right teacher who's striking at a really high clip.
Wild Card is the number 4. Back-to-back, very good races for this Sun Silent name.
So this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to use the 4 horse in the top spot because of that reference to the last race for Bowman's Run, who we're going to see, like you said, on the weekend. And I thought that was a great effort from the horse at 7.5 furlongs on the turf to get that slight cut back here to 7/8. They transition back over to the main track, who he has been a winner on before. In fact, he's done primarily most of his racing on the synthetic surface. This barn's looking for a big, big month, and I say it kicks off here with this one at 3-1.
Judging by the way the horse was ridden last time out, I wonder if Political Warfare is an absolute need to lead type of horse.
But then, yeah, okay, so he gets the lead, but then how long can he really go? And that last race was at 7.5 furlongs, and he showed speed, but he ended up being beaten almost 30 lengths. And they're not giving up. They're coming back in for the 40 again today. The only change they'll make is with the rider, and that's a late change as Christoph Douglas gets the call now. But this is only second start off of the layoff, and this horse has shown us in the past, you know, that he can show speed, but he just can't seem to maintain it.
My covenant is the 6 was in a race around 2 turns on the turf back on July the 24th. They scratched out that race to go here instead.
And we think that was a lower price claiming race too. So no tag associated with this horse now that he comes into this optional 40 non-2. The barn's certainly starting to kick into gear. We thought that this barn would start off guns blazing because they got a lot of horses from Gulfstream that were fit, but it wasn't really the case. It took them a while to get their sea legs underneath them, and then once they did, they've really started to fire. So the horse comes in off of a 3rd place effort behind Lean Music Machine. That's a Gittins horse, and now you see the move up and protected here today.
Navy Street the 7's back in for a tag for the first time since he started off his racing career last September.
Right, was offered up for the 40 in their career debut and won. So that's good news. And then this year, well, they tried the display. They tried the Coronation Futurity again, thinking maybe we could have a plate horse on our hands. That's not the case. Horse this season will be offered up for $40,000 now in the 3rd start in the form cycle. You still get the same rider, Flores, But you'll get blinkers being added here today. And when Sid puts blinkers on, it's a good move. They win at a 25% angle. And the barn's just so good right now, like I said before, you probably want to include this Sittard horse as well as the other.
So 3-1 co-favorites right now, Spikes Will and Wildcard. I think Wildcard's going to be the favorite come post time in here, and it's been a good day for favorites so far in the program, as they are perfect 2 for 2. Clocker information in regards to My Covenants had that maintenance work that you see there posted on the screen. That did take place back on July the 19th, and the barn is really starting to roll right now. And Mr. Ernie Perry says, use this one with Navy Street in Exacta. It's the third to wrap up the first pick 3 of the day as we take a look from down below, coming up shortly.
Call to post race 3 and a rider change on horse 5, Political Warfare, to Christoph Douglas. The first leg in the jackpot power pick 6 with a carryover, $2,949.16. This race at 7 furlongs, an optional claimer, is for 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, or their Ontario side allowance, non-winners of 2. Post time in 7 minutes. close parade. Here's the field. Number 1 is Spite's Will, trained by Stephen Cherkop for 6 Deep, stable with Jose Campos. Number 2, Paradise Perfect, Krista Cole, trainer, and is owned by Alex Stable. The rider is Emma Jane Wilson. 3, Mospresso in the barn of Siddharth for Chiefswood Stables Limited with Ryan Munger. 4 is Wild Card, Pietro Moran, the rider, owned by Ken Lee, Dennis Mitchell, and Twin Bullet Stable, trained by Julia Carey. Number 5, Political Warfare, is in the barn of Miranda Seeley, and Margaret Seeley is the owner, the jockey Christoph Douglas. Mad Dog Racing Stables LLC, owners of number 6, My Covenant, trainer Audrey Chung, rider Romero Mirage. And number 7, Navy Street, in the barn of Siddharth for Spruce Park Stable with S1 Flores. And this race coming up in 5 minutes is at 7 furlongs, race 3. Three minutes to place your bets, 3 minutes to post time, race 3. On the way to the starting gate, a minute to post time, 5-2 apiece, numbers 3, Mospresso, and 4 Wild Card. So Mospresso off the layoff here. And they're arriving with Spite's Will. They're going 7 furlongs to commence the Jackpot Power Pick 6. Carryover just under 3,000. A big carryover today in the Jackpot High 5 later of 78,000. In they come, and the front of the gate has been opened for Political Warfare. Inside runner, Spite's Will. Wild Card goes up. And next along is Paradise Perfect, along with Political Warfare. The front of the gate being secured now for horse 5. It is Mike Covenant and Romero Mirage at 7-2, third pick in the betting. Mospresso goes in. Wild Card a little bit more in the win pool as the favorite right now. Navy Street, outside gate for Eswan Flores. Stand by for a start. This field is set to run. Locked up. Off they race, and a good start. Navy Street from the outside. Showing early speed, Mike Covenant, Political Warfare, and Wild Cards in the center. And they came away from Mospresso, Spite's Will, and 3 away last is Paradise Perfect. Showing up in front early, Mike Covenant, a slender lead from Navy Street, a length away in third, Wild Card. In fourth, Political Warfare, trying to settle down is Mospresso with the head on the side. Up the rail goes Spite's Will. They're pretty much in pairs, but for Paradise Perfect, who's the trailer, 2.5 away last, now gaining some ground. Showing the way, Mike Covenant by 1/2 to 3/4. Political Warfare moving up on the outside to shade Navy Street. 1 away is Wild Card. Right behind them now, Paradise Perfect has gone ahead of Mospresso, and on the inside, Spite's Will, only 4 lengths first to last. And Political Warfare surging up to join Mike Covenant as they step up the pace at the 3/8, a length and a half away. In third placing is Navy Street. Wild Card is on the inside, and 2 away came Spite's Will. And back to second last, Mospresso. Paradise Perfect is again at the tail. Inside the quarter, and Political Warfare is slenderly with Mike Covenant the inside. Wild Card waiting for the run and coming after them well. And on the outside, looking for a shot at them is Navy Street. As Wild Card comes for the split in the center now. Spite's Will from the back. Going to the lead here, Wild Card drives up to join Mike Covenant and take over narrowly. Wild Card taken on late by Navy Street, but Wild Card is going to win narrowly. Wild Card first. Mike Covenant or Navy Street for second and third, then Spite's Will, Paradise Perfect headed the rest, 125.12. First quarter in 23-1, the half mile 46-4, 3/4 1:11-3. The race time is 1:25.12. The winner is the 4 Wild Card, and there'll be a photo for place. 4 and a photo. Seven is second, Navy Street. Third is 6, Mike Covenant. Fourth, 1, Spite's Will. The numbers read 4, 7, 6, 1. The very consistent Wild Card, who had run a third in June, a fourth in early July, now a winner in late July. Wild Card with a second career success today. So a very consistent performer for the barn of Julia Carey. Winning owners are Ken Lee, Dennis Mitchell, and Twin Bullet Stable, bred by Ken Lee, Dennis Mitchell, Donald and Gabe Bell. And it is Pietro Moran with a beautiful ride on Wild Card to take honours. The 4-year-old is a dark bay brown 4-year-old by the geldings by Silent Name from Casablanca Kiss. Wild Card, the unofficial winner. Here are the payouts. It's official. The winner, Wild Card, $6.60, $3.50 and $2.60 across the board. And number 7, Navy Street, $4.90, $3.90 to show. Number 6, Mike Covenant, $3 even. That exacta, $44 even. The trifecta, $75.15. Super numbers 4, 7, 6, 1, $275.85. 3, 4 double, $19.10, and the pick 3. 2 or 8, 3 or 8, and then the 4, $26.70. 4, 7 swinger, $3.55. 4, 6, $2.05, and 6, 7, $3.70. Race 3 payouts. And there is the place photo. Locked up. Off they race, and a good start. Navy Street from the outside, showing early speed. Mike Covenant, Political Warfare, and Wild Cards in the center. And they came away from Espresso Spites Will, and 3 away last is Paradise Perfect. Showing up in front early, Mike Covenant, a slender lead from Navy Street, a length away in third, Wild Card. In fourth, Political Warfare, trying to settle down is Mospresso with the head on the side. Up the rail goes Spitesville. They're pretty much in pairs, but for Paradise Perfect, who's the trailer, 2.5 away last, now gaining some ground. Showing the way, Mike Covenant by 1/2 to 3/4. Political Warfare moving up on the outside to shade Navy Street. One away is Wild Card. Right behind them now, Paradise Perfect has gone ahead of Mospresso, and on the inside, Spitesville only 4 lengths first to last. And Political Warfare surging up to join Mike Covenant as they step up the pace at the 3/8, a length and a half away. In third placing is Navy Street. Wildcard is on the inside, and 2 away came Spitesville. And back to second last, Mospresso. Paradise Perfect is again at the tail. Inside the quarter, and Political Warfare is slender lead with Mike Covenant the inside. Wildcard waiting for the run and coming after them well. And on the outside, looking for a shot at them is Navy Street. As Wildcard comes for the split in the center now. Spitesville from the back. Going to the lead here, Wildcard drives up to join Mike Covenant and take over narrowly. Wildcard taken on late by Navy Street, but Wildcard is going to win narrowly. Wildcard first. Mike Covenant or Navy Street for second and third, then Spitesville, Paradise Perfect headed the rest, 125.12. There is race 3's finish order. There are no changes for the upcoming 4th race. Post time in 21 minutes. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Well, it's been a chalky day so far. His favorites are 3 for 3 on the day. Perfect trip engineered by Mr. Pietro Moran, and the roll continues, Lisa, for Julia Carey.
And that was a patient ride, too. He waited and waited until he found some racing room, and then when he asked her to go, we went. So a nice win there for Julia Carey, hopeful of a really big month in August.
Not surprisingly, Veery right now the choice at 8 to 5 as we get set to go amount of 16th. It's optional claimer, non-winners of one other than. We'll start off with a new one to the Kevin Attard outfit, and this is Ontology.
So this horse had been trained by Brendan Walsh, and when you think about Brendan Walsh, at least when I think about Brendan Walsh, I think about turf. And so here's a horse who has had 6 career starts, and all 6 of them have been on the grass at various different racetracks, from Ellis to Kentucky Downs and the Fairgrounds. Now comes up here and has been working here, looks like since early June or so. Ooh, boy, that 4's being bad, bad, bad. Okay, got him settled down quickly. Just keep your eye on the 4. And now he comes here, and he's been working on either the training track or the synthetic surface. Now, he did post a really good work on the synthetic surface 2 works back July the 10th in 1 minute and 2. He came back and worked in 50. But this is an experiment to try this horse on the synthetic surface here today. And then I would think down the line they'll be looking for turf eventually. But certainly a bit of an experiment to try this course.
So Kevin's got 2 in this race. Josie's got 2 in this race. She's got the 2 Talbots or Riplin in this event, and this one last competed on the grass.
Right, and so now you get that switch back over to the main track. And if you look at that main track race back on May the 30th, that was a pretty good one. 3rd in behind Bold Time, Dunmore Beach, got herself into a little bit of trouble in that race as well. Josie has taken over the training on this horse since the beginning of this season, and she uses ably back aboard again today. Since that race on July the 5th, we've seen that the horse has gone back to work. Just a nice work in 49-1.
Bulver Paso is the number 3. Wired them last time out, but will that strategy be effective with Veery in this field?
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, Veery, I think, is the faster of the 2, but then again, this horse doesn't necessarily need the lead. So they put the horse up on the front end last start out. It worked out great. They got a nice win out of that. But now, then that was a completely different reversal of form than what the horse had raced at before when they sent him on, stalking trips or closing trips. I think with the speed here today of the 8, the smart move would be to go back to the old way of racing, which was sitting in a stalking position.
Talent Show probably should have won on June the 21st, but got the victory on July the 11th, and now we'll take a shot for this elusive allowance prize.
So just the horse has settled down now, but just when we started talking about the one horse, she went straight up on her hind legs, and for a minute I thought she might go all the way over, but they were able to contain her there. So I guess a bit of a firecracker that is ready to pop. She's a closing type. She'll likely be sitting off of the speed in this race, and she's been protected in those starter races that we've had, the $7,500 starters, so they're trying to get this allowance condition with her.
My Girl Sky's been a lovely mare throughout the years, but her wins now aren't nearly as often as they were back in the past.
You're right, and Kevin Drew, the owner of this horse, I think has a few young ones and maybe is getting into the breeding end of things as well. I kind of recall him breeding 1 or 2 that Barb has. So she'll make a lovely addition at some point in time to a broodmare band. She's made close to $250,000, and you're right. Just the 1 win last season, and that was when she got that allowance win at today's distance, 1 mile and a 16th. She gets a new pilot here today in Daisuke Fukumoto.
So Kate is bred top and bottom to go around 2 turns. It gets that chance here today. Nice price too right now at 7 to 1.
And that's why I took her. I figured, you're not going to get a price on the 8, so let's try and beat her with this 6 horse. I get she's a 3-year-old, just a 1-time winner taking on a 12-time winner here today, but for the distance and for the surface, I think she's going to absolutely love it. She has never tried to go long before. We've seen her win on the surface with ease, no problem, when she broke her maiden at first asking. She raced against a good one in Melania last start out, and Flowerhead, who came back to race in a stakes race last Saturday here at Woodbine. This could be any type of filly. This might be a really nice filly that we're watching just start to blossom.
Perry Winkle is the number 7 4-time winner in this field and remains in against allowance company.
So they took this horse for $32,000, and this is a Fort Erie-based outfit. So the horse, and we saw this barn actually send out a horse in the opener on the program, and they didn't have much luck. But the problem is when you claim a horse for $32,000 in Toronto, there's very rarely anywhere to run that horse at Fort Erie unless you want to run the horse in a little cup race. And that is what they did. They did try a little cup event at Fort Erie, and they finished 3rd behind an easy winner in Supergirl. And if you know Supergirl, you know that she is normally a horse goes straight to the front and keeps on going. So they're kind of stuck because there's not going to be a ton of races for a horse like this at Fort Erie, so they have to come here and try today.
Veery is the number 8. Classy mare looking for a career win, number 13.
Yeah, and another one that'll make a great broodmare down the line as well. A 12-time winner from 36 starts with earnings of over $350,000. She is likely the speed of this race. She gets to transition from the turf back over to the main track. She likes the main track just as much as she likes the turf course.
And perhaps the best bred horse in the field is the number 9, Copacabana, who took a late hit last time out and came from last to win.
You're right, not this time. That was purchased for $285,000, and she had a great victory in that maiden optional 40, but then you say to yourself, yeah, she dropped out in the maiden special weight to win in the maiden optional 40, and she's got some serious pedigree to boot, so I'm sure they'd like to see more from her. She did managed to hold off Elise's Macho, who was very good in that race as well. Is she a player here? I think so. I think, I get that we have a 12-time winner in this spot and then a whole bunch of younger girls. But for some of these younger girls, especially the Kevin younger ladies and the Josie Carroll younger fillies, I think they're blossoming horses that are going to get better in each and every start.
So this starts off the pick 4. If you know Robert, he loves to play the doubles and the pick 3s. And here he's going to go 3 by 2 by key, just a $6 ticket. He is going to go into race number 5 on the program and try to beat one horse that might take a little bit of money in that race, that being North York, who Elisa likes a little bit. But we're all in agreement there in the 6th race with Can't Argue That. It's race number 4, going around 2 turns at a mile to 16th. Coming up next.
Call to post race 4. There are no changes. This race in 9 minutes' time is a mile and 16, an allowance optional claiming race. Fillies and mares competing are 3 and up. Non-winners of 9,000 once, other than maiden claiming restricted allowance or 2-year-olds, and 3-year-olds restricted statebreds, stateside, sweepstakes or sale sweepstakes, or non-winners of 2, or a claiming tag of 32,000. That is a lot of conditions. 9 minutes. is the field in the post parade. Number 1, Ontology. And the ownership here is Bluebird Stables, trainer Kevin Attard, the rider Sahin Savachi. Number 2, Talbot's Riplin in the barn of Josie Carroll for Karen E. Carroll with Fraser Abley. 3, Bold Ripasso, trained by Don McRae for Michael Lay and the rider Pietra Morin. 4, Talent Show. Jeffrey Alderson up here for Deborah Rumbus and DR Against the Wind Incorporated part owners with Jim Vatier. Number 5, My Girl Sky, owner Kevin Drew, trainer Barbara Minchell with rider Daisuke Fukumoto. Number 6 is So Kate, who's owned by Mark Dodson and trained by Josie Carroll, jockey Ryan Munger. 7 is Periwinkle. Sam Passero is the owner, trained by Ken Albu with Luis Contreras. Number 8, Veery in the barn of Michael Wright Jr., owned by D. Robotham and Partners 3, with Esjuan Flores. And 9, Copacabana, Romero Mirage, the rider for Rapoli Stable and Kevin Attard. With 6 minutes away, the 4th at 1:16. Three minutes. Now we're on post time. They're coming forward for a start this race at 1 mile and 16. Current favourite is Veery at 6 to 5, and then a break out to 5s or better. And they're moving up. Ontology draws the inside gate. The first appearance here at Woodbine, has previously run at the fairgrounds, Kentucky Downs and Ellis Park. In the gate is My Girl Sky. So Kate about to link up, stablemate to Talbot's Ripplin. They move together, gates 2 and 6 respectively. Bold Rapasso, a last start winner, getting out to 7 to 1 odds as they come along with Periwinkle. So Kate is set. Periwinkle moves forward. And to gate 4 is Talent Show. And Talent Show, the grey, settles in as a last start winner. Veery called up, and Copacabana also coming off a win, and at 9 to 1 in the betting. Stand by for a start. They stand well, off their race, and coming out sharply, Bold Rapasso for the early lead, and gunning forward is So Kate. Handy on the inside, Ontology. Talbot's Ripplin's there, and deeper on the track, Veery now joins them. 3 across the track, Bold Rapasso, So Kate, and Veery go for the lead. A length away, Talbot's Ripplin, Periwinkle, Ontology, and then Talent Show, My Girl Sky, and last early, Copacabana. Veery's had to work a bit to get across, but does so, and now opens the lead and goes out in front of So Kate by 2.5. 1.5 away, Talbot's Ripplin to third. Bold Rapasso back to fourth. 1.5 Periwinkle, Ontology on the inside of Talent Show, who splits horses, and 2 to My Girl Sky on Copacabana. Out in front it is Eswan Flores on Veery by almost 3 lengths now to So Kate and Talbot's Ripplin. On the inside, Bold Rapasso racing wider, Periwinkle. In the centre, Talent Show nudging up. 2 to Ontology, My Girl Sky. And last is Copacabana. Racing along to the half mile, and still out in front is Veery by a couple of lengths. Talbot's Ripplin and stablemate So Kate are wedged together in second and third. Length behind them is Periwinkle, Talent Show, and Bold Rapasso on the inside. A break in the field, Ontology, and My Girl Sky ridden along. Last is Copacabana, and is starting a run, but Veery's in front. They come to the 5/16 by 2.5. Talbot's Ripplin on the outside of So Kate. Out wider comes Talent Show, and on the inside, Bold Rapasso from Periwinkle, and Copacabana's running on, but Veery turns with the lead by 3 lengths. So Kate and Talbot's Ripplin in second and third. Bold Rapasso angling for a run, and Veery's got right away from them, and down the outside, Talent Show as they come inside the final furlong, and Veery's lead by 4 lengths. Trying to run home is Bold Rapasso on the inside of So Kate and Talent Show, and Veery is getting leg weary. The wire's coming up, and Veery really needs it. Veery hangs on to win. The wire really saved that winner. Bold Rapasso in second with So Kate, Copacabana, and out wide at Ontology, and the result in 146.59. The first quarter in 23 and 3, a half a mile, 48 and 2, 3/4, 113 and 2, the mile, 139 the time, 146.59. The winner is number 8, Veery. Second is 3, Bold Rapasso. A photo for show, 8-3 and a third placed photo. Third is number 6, So Kate. Fourth was 9, Copacabana. 8-3-6-9, the unofficial order on the 4th. Back to the winners list today is Veery, a second success this campaign. And Veery is now a 13-time winner. Quite an amazing record of 13 wins from 37 starts. Also a second and 6/3. This time it is Michael Wright Jr. and D. Robotham and Partners 3 with the victory for Veery. Dr. Rolf A. Davis bred the winner in Ontario by Giant Gizmo from Rouston Birdie, and it's Eswan Flores taking them pretty much all the way. Had to get across to lead at the turn out the stretch and held on to score. Veery the winner. It is official, the return is in. Number 8, Veery, paying $5 for the win, and $3.40 and 3 even across the board. Number 3, Bold Ripasso, $4.30 and $3.50, and number 6, So Kate, $4.30. Exacta 8-3, $22.80. Trifecta 836, $89.05. In the Super number 9, fourth, $445.30 for $1. The double 4-8, $35.60. Pick 3, 348 or 848, $39.30. In the Swinger 3-8, $5, 6-8, 7.30 and 3-6, 5.95. Payouts race 4. A look at the show photo. They stand well, off their race, and coming out sharply, Bold Rapasso for the early lead, and gunning forward is So Kate. Handy on the inside, Ontology. Talbot's Ripplin's there, and deeper on the track, Very now joins them. 3 across the track, Bold Rapasso, So Kate, and Very go for the lead. A length away, Talbot's Ripplin, Periwinkle, Ontology, and then Talent Show, My Girl Sky, and last early, Copacabana. Very's had to work a bit to get across, but does so, and now opens the lead and goes out in front of So Kate by 2.5. 1.5 away, Talbot's Ripplin to third, Bold Rapasso back to fourth. A length and a half, Periwinkle, Ontology on the inside of Talent Show, who splits horses, and 2 to My Girl Sky on Copacabana. Out in front it is Eswan Flores on Viri by almost 3 lengths now to So Kate and Talbot's Ripplin. On the inside, Bold Rapasso racing wider, Periwinkle. In the centre, Talent Show nudging up. 2 to Ontology, My Girl Sky. And last is Copacabana. Racing along to the half mile, and still out in front is Viri by a couple of lengths. Talbot's Ripplin and stablemate So Kate are wedged together in second and third. Length behind them is Periwinkle, Talent Show, and Bold Rapasso on the inside. A break in the field, Ontology, and My Girl Sky ridden along. Last is Copacabana, and is starting a run, but Viri's in front. They come to the 5/16 by 2.5. Talbot's Ripplin on the outside of So Kate. Out wider comes Talent Show, and on the inside, Bold Rapasso from Periwinkle, and Copacabana's running on, but Viri turns with the lead by 3 lengths. So Kate and Talbot's Ripplin in second and third. Bold Rapasso angling for a run, and Viri's got right away from them, and down the outside, Talent Show as they come inside the final furlong, and Viri's lead by 4 lengths. Trying to run home is Bold Rapasso on the inside of So Kate and Talent Show, and Viri is getting leg weary. The wire's coming up, and Viri really needs it. Viri hangs on to win. The wire really saved that winner. Bold Rapasso in second with So Kate, Copacabana, and out wide at Ontology, and the result in 1:46.59. The finish order, race 4. Coming up is the 5th of the program on the Bet365 in a turf, which is firm. Lane 4, 32 feet out for the rail. Going stick came up as 11.1. The rider of 2, Pipina, is Christoph Douglas, 1 pound over, 21 minutes away.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
We are going to take a brief break from our all-weather action and get on to the turf for the first time and only time today. Lane 4, race 5, mile and a 16th, optional 40, non-2. And this one is for fillies and mares. Lady Izzy, will the train continue to roll for conditioner Sid Attard? This one moving up sharply in price, but the bettors like this one's chances. At least the early money is on that one, although the 4 is taking some significant supports in the multiple leg wagers. Here's a look at Lady Izzy. Third, second. Pretty good roll the horse is in, but can she do it for 40,000?
And she was really closing hard in that last race at a mile and a 16th on the turf to finish in the second place spot. Now, she's never won a race on the turf, and interestingly enough, she debuted this season. They used the waiver claim in the 25 non-2, where she was second behind Arias Quest, who I believe was taking a drop that day for the DePaulo outfit. And then she came back in a 25 on the turf. We just talked about that. And now here we see her for 40, and she's the chalk. Even money, the price on this horse from a barn that is enjoying a really good campaign. Fraser Abley gets along very well with her too. He's been aboard for the last 3 starts, and when him and Sid team up, they win at a 21% clip.
Have things ever turned around for Pepina based on how she ran in that first start here locally, and she just continues to move up the ranks?
Yeah, this is probably one of the biggest form reversals we've seen this season. Here's a horse who's beat 23 lengths, 14 lengths, 36 lengths, and 11 lengths, and then came on to win for fun in a race back on May the 22nd. So whatever it was that was bugging her, Mike Mattini really sorted it out, and she got a great win that day. The second place finisher came back to win. She moved up after breaking her maiden for 15 into 25 and finished third, and this is a big move up though, Jeff, to try 40 today.
Prophetic Debbie gets some class relief here in this spot. Last competed on this turf course. I know Nantucket's Day won the race, and Eddie finished in the second place position. I just don't know how strong that race is going to turn out to be. That's my concern.
Yeah, and that was her first time trying turf, but Barb Minshall's having a good campaign. You know, it's not a bad race if you actually kind of keep in mind that the horse was really wide in that event. Now, this turf course today could be very interesting because we're going a mile and a 16th, and we're going to start in an interesting spot as well. But we're in lane what, Jeff? Four? Four. So we don't have too much room to deal with here. It's going to be all about early positioning, and this horse doesn't normally show any early speed.
Yeah, that's as far out as the rail can go on this course, is all the way out to lane number 4. Let's get to number 4, this being McCall. The reason why I like her is just because she loves this course. I mean, all 3 of her races on this course have been very, very good.
That's true, but they were back in 2025, and it's kind of like a what have you done for me lately type of story, because she was racing at Turfway, and then, you know, she came up here, and she took a bit of money in that race. So she raced March 26th at Turfway, and then May 30th, and we had seen so many Turfway horses come up here and do very well that she would have attracted our attention. But unfortunately, she ended up finishing well back. She was beaten 13 lengths, so they're hoping for, after giving her some time off, they've gone back to the drawing board. They've worked her a number of times in the interim. They'll switch up riders to Campos. And interestingly enough, as good of a season as Katarina is having, she very rarely uses Jose Campos.
Number 5 is North York, and North York won a split of a race back on June the 11th. It was a significantly slower split, but won with a game effort.
But, like, are we punishing her for that? Because she's 9-1 right now, and I kind of see her as the only speed horse in this race unless somebody surprises us here today. And if she goes to the front, she should be able to, and they set nice soft fractions. It might be really difficult for some of these horses to close. So I'll take her at a big price. I think she's the lone speed in here. She goes a little bit further than she went last start out when she was a winner at 7.5 furlongs. She has traveled this distance before on the turf, and she's been a player when traveling this distance on the grass. So I'll play her. I'll take her at 9-1, no problem.
Number 6 is Lady Rainicorn, and Dale Durousseau will send out this one. So it's coming off the layoff, Elisa. The last start was at least better, but now we're going to get on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, because that first start was kind of ugly, wasn't it? And then she came back in the 40, and she was 5th. And she did get in a little bit of trouble. Now, that race was originally scheduled for turf. They stuck around, and they raced on the main track. But I think the goal here is to get her onto the lawn. She's a global campaign, so that's Curlin. And, you know, she's been a horse who's kind of well-traveled. She was down in New York when she started her career. Obviously, she's here to try and get this maiden out of the way. Not the maiden, get the non-winners of 2, maybe hopefully go through her conditions here. I'd like to see what she does on the turf, because I think we saw maybe some improvement, marginal improvement in the most recent start.
So race number 5 on the program will give you an opportunity to play a pick 3 for races 5, 6, and 7. And we've got some stats from last week on how the track was playing when it came to races on the Bet365 inner turf course going around 2 turns. Will Sittatar pick up his first victory of the day? He won 5 races last week. He's looking to keep that roll going here in the 5th.
It is the Call to Post, race 5, and we're on the Bet365 inner turf in lane 4 today, 32 feet out. The going stick 11.1. Number 2, a rider change on Pipina to Christoph Douglas, a pound over. This race at the mile and 16, an optional claiming race for fillies and mares. 3 and up, non-winners of 2, or Ontario side allowance, non-winners of 2 as they head to the post parade. 7 minutes. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1 is Lady Izzy with Fraser Abley riding for owner Lou Tucci and trainer Siddharth. Number 2 is Pipina. Michael Bellissimo is the owner and trained by Mike Mattini with rider Christoph Douglas. Number 3, Prophetic Debbie for Graham Gray Stables LLC. Barbara Minshall, the trainer with jockey Austin Adams. To number 4, Mikel for TEC Racing, Katerina Vasilieva and Jose Campos. Number 5, North York, trained by Stuart Simon and is part owned by Stuart Simon with Brent McClellan. The rider is David Moran. And 6 is Lady Raina Corn, is owned by Robert M. Jones, trainer Dale DeRusso with Rafael Hernandez, and they're headed to the start. Race 5 is on the inner turf. On the way to the start, they're on the bed 365 Inner Turf. The favourite for this race currently is Mikkel, has come down to 7-5, and Lady Izzy is 5-2 and 7-2 for Prophetic Debbie as they come up for a start. And the inside runner is Lady Izzy, who went down to a very short price earlier. Still well supported, but now 5-2 as they come forward. This is the sole race on the Inner Turf tonight. And going in is Lady Izzy, followed along by Pipina, who's out to a big price. Was a very good run last start. And going through to the gate 3, Prophetic Debbie. Back to the turf today is Mikkel for Jose Campos, gate 4. North York, a last start winner at 7-1. And to the outside, Lady Rainicorn. So stand by for a start. The grey Lady Rainicorn moves up. Rafael Hernandez in the saddle. They're set to run. Mikkel putting on a bit of a turn in the gate. Horse 4 is actually thrashing around and now's almost out the back. And we will have a delay. Mikkel really needing a little assistance there. Has got it from the gate crew. They've managed to control the horse a bit better, but was really getting uptight in the gate. So out of the saddle is Jose Campos. Horse 4 here, Mikkel, being backed away from the gate. And more to come. We'll see once the track vet takes a look what the outcome will be here. Officially a vet scratch. Number 4, Mikkel, is officially out at the start as a vet scratch. Please mark your program. There'll be a slight delay. Again, number 4, a late scratch, and a vet scratch it is for Mikkel. So there'll be delays again. Horse 4 is out. They're adjusting the numbers on the gate. They'll be called back up. Reloading, Lady Izzy down to the inside gate now 2-1. So we have a favourite now in Prophetic Debbie at even money. This race reloads without Mikkel. And going forward for a start is Pipina, has settled. Prophetic Debbie and Austin Adams go to gate 3. North York is next, who is now 3-1, as the important scratch of Mikkel has really changed this betting market. Lady Rainicorn to come to the outside gate and is the last to load. Stand by for the start and has gone in. Fillies and mares stand well off their race and away pretty sharply. North York from Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie. On the outside is Lady Rainicorn, and back to last early is Pipina, and North York in front shows the way. Coming up on the outside in second is Lady Rainicorn as they work down to the wire the first time. A length away, Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie, and last of all is Pipina. North York just in front as they take the turn out the stretch. Leads the way by about a neck. On the outside is Lady Rainicorn, and tucked away in third, Lady Izzy. Right behind is Prophetic Debbie, and not to be left out of the party is Pepina the outside, who comes a little bit wider on the track. As they head up the backstretch, and North York makes play in front by a half a length. In second is Lady Rainicorn, 1.5 to Lady Izzy, at a neck away Prophetic Debbie. And back to the rail now is Pepina, who's 2.5 away last. No change up front. North York has company, though, from Lady Rainicorn. The other pair, Prophetic Debbie and Lady Izzy, trail with a nice stalking roll, and 4 lengths away last is Pepina. They covered the half in 48 and 2. Out in front, though, North York remains the leader. In second is Lady Rainicorn, 1.5 lengths. Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie on the outside, and 2.5 to Pepina. No serious moves yet, but they quicken up front. North York getting out by a half to Lady Rainicorn, 1.5 lengths away. Prophetic Debbie on the outside of Lady Izzy as they turn up the heat on the lead. And back last of all is Pepina, and North York going for home as they turn from Lady Rainicorn. Lady Izzy the inside. Prophetic Debbie is looking for room in the centre, and out wider goes Pepina, and racing down the outside well Pepina. North York's in front. Prophetic Debbie trying to muscle through in the centre and is seeing daylight now. Prophetic Debbie charging after North York with Lady Izzy, and Lady Izzy and trying hard, but it's North York has stolen it. North York goes on to win. From Lady Izzy, Prophetic Debbie, Lady Rainicorn, and Pepina was last. The race time, we'll get it, 43 and 36. Eventually all comes round. Five, the winner, North York. 1 is second, Lady Izzy. Third is 3, Prophetic Debbie. And fourth, 6, Lady Rainicorn. 5, 1, 3, 6.
I'm sorry about that.
It is a good performance once again. North York has now won back-to-back, and congrats to David Moran, to Stuart Simon, to owners Stuart Simon and Brett McClellan. The Bay 4-year-old filly by Yorkton from Run Around was bred by Joe B. Jr., John P. and Karen Mulholland in Kentucky, and is now a two-time winner in a very tenacious, honest effort. Again, North York prevails. The return, 780, 410 to place, and 210 to show. Lady Izzy, number 1, 370 and 220, and number 3, Prophetic Debbie, 210, the exact of $24.50, and the try paid $17.75. The Super 5, 1, 36, 48, 45. An 8-4 consolation double, 580, 8-5, 24.10, the winners. The pick 3, 485, 58.20. Swing a 1, 5, $1.70. 3, 5, $1.85. 1, 3, $1.45. Race 5 payouts. Fillies and mares stand well off their race and away pretty sharply. North York from Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie. On the outside is Lady Raina Corn, and back to last early is Pepina, and North York in front shows the way. Coming up on the outside in second is Lady Raina Corn as they work down to the wire the first time. A length away Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie, and last of all is Pepina. North York just in front as they take the turn out the stretch, leads the way by about a neck. On the outside is Lady Raina Corn, and tucked away in third, Lady Izzy. Right behind is Prophetic Debbie, and not to be left out of the party is Pepina the outside, who comes a little bit wider on the track. As they head up the backstretch, and North York makes play in front by a half a length. In second is Lady Raina Corn, 1.5 to Lady Izzy, and a neck away Prophetic Debbie. And back to the rail now is Pepina, who's 2.5 away last. No change up front. North York has company, though, from Lady Raina Corn. The other pair, Prophetic Debbie and Lady Izzy, trail with a nice stalking roll, and 4 lengths away last is Pepina. They cover the half in 48 and 2. Out in front, though, North York remains the leader. In second is Lady Raina Corn, a length and a half. Lady Izzy and Prophetic Debbie on the outside, and 2.5 to Pepina. No serious moves yet, but they quicken up front. North York getting out by a half to Lady Raina Corn, a length and a half away. Prophetic Debbie on the outside of Lady Izzy as they turn up the heat on the lead. And back last of all is Pepina, and North York going for home as they turn from Lady Raina Corn. Lady Izzy the inside. Prophetic Debbie is looking for room in the center, and out wider goes Pepina, and racing down the outside well Pepina. North York's in front. Prophetic Debbie trying to muscle through in the center and is seeing daylight now. Prophetic Debbie charging after North York with Lady Izzy, and Lady Izzy and trying hard, but it's North York has stolen it. North York goes on to win from Lady Izzy, Prophetic Debbie, Lady Raina Corn, and Pepina was last. The race time, 1. We'll get it. 43 and 36. Eventually all comes round. And there is the finish order. On to the upcoming 6th race in Scratch 5. Anella Kai is a vet scratch. Post time in 15 minutes. Starts the final pick 3.
Well, that race went as Miss Lisa thought it would, as North York repeats, going coast to coast on the front end. 5 to 2, third choice. our first non-favorite of the day to pull off a victory. As now we look ahead here to start off the late pick 3 with race number 6 going 3/4 of a mile. And it's the dropper in the field, Crumlin Fashion, right now all the way down to 2 to 5. Speaking of favorites, Too Many Amy's is one that went off as the favorite last time out, and that was such a letdown performance based on how well she ran that first career start.
Right, and it was a drop because she had debuted for 25 and then they dropped her in for 15, and I think a lot of us thought, based on what we saw first start out, that she would, find her way into the winner's circle, but Ookpik for Bev Chubb went straight to the front and kept on going, so she was not going to run down that horse. She's offered up again today for 15, but they will switch up and they'll put Fraser Abley aboard here today. He doesn't ride too much for the Rick Hayashi barn, but let's see what he's capable of doing with this one.
You and I are going to take a shot with Can't Argue That. This is the 2 who comes out of a pretty good run first time out.
So she got herself into trouble right out of the starting gate. She was kind of squeezed out, and the rider, Davy Moran, who's looking for back-to-back wins, by the way, had to kind of pull her right out of the race. And then she's sitting dead last, about 10 lengths back, and she has this massive late kick. And I thought she looked really brave in that race too. Like all of a sudden she was very determined. She really turned on the gas and ended up finishing in 3rd place spot. Now both the winner and the 2nd place horse have since come back to win. One of those horses, I think Silver Dart, was a winner at Fort Erie not too long ago. Davy's back aboard, and the horse is offered up today, not for 10, but for $15,000. So they don't want to give her away for 10. If you want her, you got to pay a little bit more. And Alan DeRusso, who has a very small outfit, normally clicks at a pretty good average.
Looks like Red Dragon has been sold since that most recent race, now moving under the tutelage and ownership of Anthony Pottinger.
And this will be the first start of 2026 for this 3-year-old. So last year she competed once as a 2-year-old, and now here she is for the new outfit, as you said. They'll switch up riders with the horse as well. They've got a number of workouts into her too, and they've hooked a really small field. Thanks to the scratch, it's just 5 horses, so they're going to get a check no matter what.
Well, I have question marks with Crumlin Fashion, but nobody else seems to, as this horse is all the way down at 2 to 5 right now, taking the big drop down in class.
Well, we call this the hot potato, right? And this is a horse dropping from 40 to 15, but this is a horse who was trained by the late, great Mike Doyle for Dura Racing, who he had for years and years. And so Donnie's picked up a couple of these former Doyle trainees. And I can understand the first start, because even saying to the owner, look, we'll try the first race in the optional 40, but if it doesn't work, we're going to go where I want to go. And I just think it's a different evaluation. Donnie thinks the horse is worth $15,000. He'll put Edgar Zantino up to ride. Now, from what we understand, he is one of Donnie's exercise riders as well. He's riding a little here and a little bit at Fort Erie, but he's got an opportunity with this horse. But I'm just going to try and beat her. The price is just too low.
Scratch the number 5. Number 6 is Bo Pink. Reminds me of the one. They took drop last time out, and the results were not there as the favorites.
And if you remember, too, that race that she hooked was not a tough field.
No.
And so she had really no excuse for what happened when bet down as the favorite. She's beaten 12 lengths and she gets claimed for 10. I can't remember if there was a shake for her or how it went, but I do remember her being the standout in the field. And she's kind of muscling conditioner Richie around here a little bit too in the paddock, but we'll get her settled in. She'll use Romero Mirage today, who, in my opinion, is a jock that can get a horse to wake up. And I think that's what we need here today, is we don't need someone along for the ride necessarily. We need somebody who's going to keep urging and keep pushing this horse. And maybe Romero's the right guy. But that last race was a real letdown, and for that reason, she's still a hard horse to suggest.
So this will be the final portion of the pick 5. If you're still live with that wager, we'll obviously want to wish you the best of luck. We're going to be, after this race, 75% of the way through the pick 4 as well. I want to remind myself of Roberts. Oh, no, we didn't have North York.
Oh yeah.
So that
I'll remind him about that tomorrow.
Yes. What's that, producer Mike?
Yeah, he's done.
Mike goes, he gone. That's all right. He'll give it another go on tomorrow's program. It's race number 6 coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Just waiting the call for Riders Up.
Call to pose for the upcoming 6th race, and number 5, Anella Kai, is a vet scratch. This race is at 6 furlongs, a maiden claimer. Fillies and mares, 3 and up, now headed to the post parade. We are only 2 minutes from a start. Here is the post parade. Race 6 is led by number 1, Too Many Amy's, is trained by Rick Hayashi for the estate of Paul Buttigieg with the ride Fraser Abley. Number 2, Can't Argue That. David Moran, the rider for Alan DeRusso, and Maureen Hewitt top. 3, Red Dragon. Anthony Pottinger, owner-trainer with Christoph Douglas in the saddle. Number 4, Crumlin Fashion, with Edgar Zenteno, and the ownership is Dura Racing for the barn of Don McRae. Number 5 is out, and 6, Bo Pink. Sarah Ritchie, trainer here for Barry Arneson and Oslam Bell. On board is Romero Mirage. This field is going to the 6 furlong start shortly. The fillies and mares are going around behind the start, a check of the betting, and currently Can't Argue That 9 to 5, number 2. Horse 1, Too Many Amy's, and 4, Crumlin Fashion. Well, they were both 2 to 1, now 9 to 5, Too Many Amy's, so one of the trio will jump as the favourite. They're coming up. Just behind the start, Too Many Amy's is about to go in. Being handed across now to the gate crew. Fraser Abley has the ride. David Moran seeking back-to-back wins as he rides Can't Argue That. Too Many Amy's a step away from being into the lineup. has gone up. Can't argue that. Gate 2. Christoph Douglas, Red Dragon. Edgar Zenteno on Crumlin Fashion. And for the barn of Sarah Ritchie, it is Bo Pink with Romero Mirage. Out to 6-1. A last start favourite today at big price. They're almost right. Start coming up. They stand well. Off their race and bobbling the break, can't argue that. And is last but not by a lot. Going out in front on the outside is Bo Pink, anchoring towards the rail to lead the field. Crumlin Fashion second on the inside, Too Many Amy's, and can't argue that is next to last. The early trailer, Red Dragon. Racing with the lead, Bo Pink by a half a length to Crumlin Fashion, lobbing forward, length and a half, can't argue that, and Too Many Amy's on the inside. A length and a half away last is Red Dragon. That is the running order up the backstretch, and out in front, Romero Mirage on Bo Pink, a narrow lead. Pressing the pace, Crumlin Fashion, 2 lengths to can't argue that. Whisking into third, clear of Too Many Amy's. And the trailer is Red Dragon. Crumlin Fashion alongside Bo Pink as they hit the 5/16, a length and a half, can't argue that. Is coming after them quickly. And about 4 lengths away, Too Many Amy's, but still out in front, Crumlin Fashion. Bo Pink the rail, can't argue that's pushing a bit. And on the outside, Too Many Amy's has been saving, is coming home. Out in front, Crumlin Fashion. Battling away, Bo Pink. Crumlin Fashion clear, and trying to run through as Too Many Amy's in the centre, is getting a wriggle on now. Too Many Amy's the threat, but Crumlin Fashion a length and a half. Crumlin Fashion out in the lead for Edgar Zenteno, and down to the wire scores well. Crumlin Fashion a length and a quarter. Second home is Too Many Amy's, 3 lengths away Bo Pink, can't argue that. And last, Red Dragon made up the rest of the field. 1:12.56. First quarter, here are the numbers first. We have 4, Crumlin Fashion first, 2, Can't Argue That second, and 6, Bo Pink third. Well, we can't argue that second. That's incorrect. Let's get this right for everyone concerned. 4 is the winner, Crumlin Fashion. 1 is second, Too Many Amy's. 6 is third, Bo Pink. And 2 is fourth, Can't Argue That. And that we can't argue. 4:1.62, the first quarter, 23 and 2. A half a mile, 47 and 1. 5/8, 59 and 2, and the time 1:12.56. Let's go back on that. 4:1.62 unofficial. A very good performance, Crumlin Fashion, back to good form and took the dropping class and came out on top. And congrats to Don McRae, to Edgar Zenteno and Dura Racing with this victory. The Bay 4-year-old filly was bred by Adina Springs in Ontario as by point of entry from Glamorous Girl and breaks the ice today in Fine Style Crumlin Fashion. And the return for the winner, Crumlin Fashion, $5.50. That exacta. A return on 4-1, $13.40. Trifecta 416, $14 even, and the super number 2 fourth, $16.35. 5-4 double, $33.10, and the pick 3, $8.54, $53.45. The pick 5 numbers, 34854 or 84854. $495.75. Swinger 1 for $1.50. 46270. 16245. Race 6 payouts. They stand well off their race and bobbling the break, can't argue that, and is last but not by a lot. Going out in front on the outside is Bo Pink, anchoring towards the rail to lead the field. Crumlin Fashion second on the inside, Too Many Amy's, and can't argue that is next to last. The early trailer, Red Dragon. Racing with the lead, Bo Pink by a half a length to Crumlin Fashion, lobbing forward, length and a half, can't argue that, and Too Many Amy's on the inside. A length and a half away last is Red Dragon. That is the running order up the backstretch, and out in front, Romero Mirage on Bo Pink, a narrow lead. Pressing the pace, Crumlin Fashion, 2 lengths to can't argue that. Whisking into third, clear of Too Many Amy's. And the trailer is Red Dragon. Crumlin Fashion alongside Bo Pink as they hit the 5/16, a length and a half, can't argue that. Is coming after them quickly, and about 4 lengths away, Too Many Amy's, but still out in front, Crumlin Fashion. Bo Pink the rail, can't argue that's pushing a bit. And on the outside, Too Many Amy's has been saving, is coming home. Out in front, Crumlin Fashion. Battling away, Bo Pink. Crumlin Fashion clear, and trying to run through as Too Many Amy's in the center, is getting a wriggle on now. Too Many Amy's the threat, but Crumlin Fashion a length and a half. Crumlin Fashion out in the lead for Edgar Zenteno, and down to the wire scores well. Crumlin Fashion a length and a quarter. Second home is Too Many Amy's, 3 lengths away, Bo Pink, can't argue that. And last, Red Dragon made up the rest of the field. 112.56. Finish order. Well, can't argue that has been claimed. Goes from Alan DeRusso to Julie Mathis for owner David Mathis. On to race 7, and number 4, Lady Moonshine. The rider is Christoph Douglas. Post time in 16 minutes.
The dropper gets the victory, drifts out down the stretch. Doesn't say that on the paycheck, though. And getting the victory is Edgar Zentano. Bit of a slow start for him this season, but he's picked up a couple of wins now over the last couple of weeks. And the Donnie McRae barn is rolling as Crumlin Fashion pulls off the victory. Now we get to the 7th race on the day. And it did look like Moving to the Country was going to get that much-needed win last time out. Got picked off, though, desperately late.
That's right. And, you know, this is a horse that I know you've been following for quite some time. And I think you didn't pick the horse last start out. You said, oh, watch, he's going to win now that I didn't pick him. But you got lucky, Jeff. You finished second. Now, did you pick him tonight?
No.
Okay, and I put him in for the 2nd place spot as well. I'm going to look elsewhere too. I'm sticking with the Crumlin theme right now, but Moving to the Country. At least the last race was a much better effort, but again, that was at 2 turns. Now we cut back to 7/8 of a mile today, a distance the horse has tried a few times. The last time we were going 7/8 of a mile was back in October of last season, and that was against, you know, similar company and was a 4th place finisher.
Let's now get to the number 2, this being Speak Up. And Speak Up's most recent race resulted in a 6th place finish, but 2 starts ago, a pretty good effort.
Yeah, so this is that non-winners of 3 or non-winners of a race in a year. And this horse hasn't won a race since December 11th of 2025. And that was for $5,000 when facing non-winners of 2. Obviously eligible for the non-winners of 3 condition here because she's only a 2-time winner. But she gave us 2 good races at 7/8 of a mile in against the same caliber of horses. The last race, I don't know what it was, but she just didn't show. 6.5 furlongs, I don't think that's her game. I think she really wants to go 7/8 of a mile.
Number 3 is Poetic Amy, seeking that first victory of the campaign.
And Chernette's back aboard today. She's the regular pilot, but we keep dropping in price. I mean, this horse started for 25, raced there a couple of times before dropping all the way down for 7,500 and couldn't get a sniff when taking the drop down. They're going to stay in this price range again.
Next door to that one is Lady Moonshine, and it has been a long, long time since she won a race, but she is coming out of a key race last time out.
That's true. Saucy Name came back to win, and she was a 6th place finisher, beaten 4 lengths, but she did close up some ground at 6 furlongs, which kind of makes you think that 7/8 of a mile might be right up her alley. She's raced at this distance plenty of times, and really she's had her best efforts at 7/8 of a mile as well. Out of the two Matini horses, really, I think they're both usable. Both the 1, who gets Sahin Savachi, and the 4, who gets that late rider change. It's Chris Douglas, who will be aboard today.
Back-to-back good races for Sterling Heights for Conditioner Deb Rhombus.
And she's had luck with these horses that she's brought up after, you know, racing down in the United States. The last couple of races for this one in against the same class is a horse who picks up checks but hasn't found the winner's circle since way back in June when competing on the turf here. So it makes you wonder if maybe she'd like to try and get this horse onto the grass at some point in time if something comes up for her. But she's been certainly a fringe player in all of her races, and I would use her again today.
And then we get to Crumlin Trouble. Yep. So they claimed the horse was in way too tough of a spot off the claim. Right. Much better spot last time out and finished 2nd.
It's funny, like when they claimed the horse and they ran her back in that 25, I thought, oh, they must have found something. Like they must have found something they really like about this horse that they would think that she would be competitive for $25,000 because this is a good barn. So, and they don't claim too many horses. So this is one that they just unfortunately didn't get what they wanted in that 25, and they didn't waste any time dropping her right back down down for 7,500. I wonder if they were hoping that maybe the Padakowicz outfit would take the horse back. That didn't happen. She did have the lead, and she just got beat by Naughty Destiny back on the 9th. So she is back offered up for the $7,500 tag with Cavay Nichols, and Nichols is looking for another riding victory on the day, and I think he's got a legitimate shot here with this horse. He did win the first race, and I don't see why, if things don't can pan out here today at the distance, why this filly can't be a major win candidate.
Both the 1 and the 6 are taking ample support, or have taken ample support, when it comes to the pick 3s and the pick 4s. This, of course, will start off the late double as well. We're going 7/8, and somebody in this field is going to become a 3-time winner, unless you're Lady Moonshine, because this one's able to squeeze into this class because she hasn't won for a long time. She's trying to become a 6-time winner.
Call to post for the upcoming 7th race, where the rider of 4 Lady Moonshine is Christoph Douglas. We're 6 minutes away. They'll go 7 furlongs in this conditional claimer. Fillies and mares 3 and up, non-winners of 3, or non-winners since this time last year, on the way to the post parade. In the post parade, race 7, number 1, Move Into the Country, with Sahin Savachi riding for Mike Mattini and Stacey Van Camp. Nick Nosawenko, owner-trainer of number 2, Speak Up, the rider David Moran. Number 3 is Poetic Amy, who's trained by Devon Gittins for Bruno Chickadans with Sky Chanette. 4 Lady Moonshine, also trained by Mike Mattini, the owner Michael Bellissimo, and the rider is Christoph Douglas. Number 5, Sterling Heights, Praven Badri on board for Deborah Rumbus and Pan Am Racing. And number 6 is Crumlin Trouble for James Bentley Begg and MM&R Racing Stables, jockey Keve Nichols. This race coming up, race 7, 7 furlongs in 4 minutes.
Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Three minutes. As they arrive at the start, the favourite is the 6 Crumlin Trouble. We had Crumlin Fashion in the previous. Now we have Crumlin Trouble for the barn of James Bentley Begg, getting support at 7-5. Mover to the Country is at 5-2. Stablemate to Lady Moonshine, who is 9-2. They're coming forward around behind the gate to the start. And it is on the inside, Sahin Savachi with Movin' to the Country, who will come up first. Speak Up to gate 2, Poetic Amy, and Sky Chanet's to gate 3. Christoph Douglas, the rider of Lady Moonshine. The second run at the meet, Lady Moonshine. Brave and Badry on Sterling Heights to gate 5. And to the outside, Crumlin Trouble, as Cave Nichols looks for a double tonight. Stand by for a start. Set to run. Off they race. Starter got them out as 1 and showing up on the outside in front, Crumlin Trouble. Away sharply is Lady Moonshine, and over on the inside coming through is Mover to the Country. The outside of them, Sterling Heights. Speak Up is back at the tail with just ahead Poetic Amy. Little between that group behind this leader. Onto the inside to the rail, Crumlin Trouble, out by a length and a half to Move into the Country. Ahead away, Lady Moonshine. Racing wider is Sterling Heights. Back second last on the inside is Speak Up, and the remaining horse, Poetic Amy's, about 6 off the lead, and getting out in front by a length and a quarter. It is still Crumlin Trouble, and Kevin Nichols showing the way. In second placing, Moving to the Country, getting a little closer. Racing third, Lady Moonshine. On the outside, pushing a bit is Sterling Heights. Back second last, Speak Up. The trailer remains Poetic Amy. They swing down to the 5/16, and coming up is Moving to the Country to try and go on by. But out in front, Crumlin Trouble by 3/4, Moving to the Country, and 2.5, Lady Moonshine. Kicking on is Sterling Heights, and starting a nice run, Poetic Amy for Sky Chanet's as they turn. And the leader by a couple of lengths, Crumlin Trouble, has had no trouble yet. Moving to the Country in second, and then Sterling Heights. Poetic Amy has run at the back, but well out in front, Crumlin Trouble by a couple of lengths. Kicking on in second placing, trying to make a bit of a race of it, Moving to the Country. But it is Crumlin Trouble, just strings them along the entire way. No trouble at all. Crumlin Trouble, 2.5. Moving to the Country second from Sterling Heights, Lady Moonshine, Poetic Amy, and Speak Up. 1:24.86. The winner is number 6, Crumlin Trouble. Over 1, Mover to the Country, a photo for show. The first quarter in 23 and 4, the half 46 and 3. 3/4, 1:11. And the final time, 1:24.86 on 6-1, and a third placed photo. Third is number 5, Sterling Heights. Fourth was 4, Lady Moonshine, 6-1-5-4.
Stack them up, man. They can't pass you. Stack them up. Man, are pushing up.
Into the winner's circle is Crumlin Trouble for the third time. And success here for trainer James Bentley Begg. To owners M&R Racing Stables. And it's Kevin Nichols picking up a riding double as he continues his good run of success. The dark brown 4-year-old filly by World of Trouble from Shaken. That's right, Shaken on the Richter scale. That's the bloodline. University of Kentucky bred this winner in Kentucky as the favorite, Crumlin Trouble. We had 2 Crumlins. I hope you had the Crumlin double. It is official on race 7. And here are the prices. The winner, Crumlin Trouble, $4.40. If you had the exacta, 6-1, 10.80. Trifecta, 13.75. Super, 6-1-5-4, $31.05. The double, 4-6, 16.70. 5-4-6, pick 3, 48.70. The pick 4 numbers, 8-4. Make that 8-5-4-6, 85.46, 151 and 45 cents. Swinger, 1-6, $1.70, 5-6, $2.65, 1-5, $2.35. Payouts on the 7th. Show photo. Set to run. Off they race. Starter got them out as 1 and showing up on the outside in front, Crumlin Trouble. Away sharply is Lady Moonshine, and over on the inside coming through is Mover to the Country. The outside of them, Sterling Heights, Speak Up is back at the tail with just ahead Poetic Amy. Little between that group behind this leader. Onto the inside to the rail, Crumlin Trouble, out by a length and a half to Move into the Country. Ahead away, Lady Moonshine. Racing wider is Sterling Heights. Back second last on the inside is Speak Up, and the remaining horse, Poetic Amy's, about 6 off the lead and getting out in front by a length and a quarter. It is still Crumlin Trouble, and Kevin Nichols showing the way. In second placing, Moving to the Country, getting a little closer. Racing third, Lady Moonshine. On the outside, pushing a bit is Sterling Heights. Back second last, Speak Up. The trailer remains Poetic Amy. They swing down to the 5/16, and coming up is Moving to the Country to try and go on by. But out in front, Crumlin Trouble by 3/4, Moving to the Country, and 2.5, Lady Moonshine. Kicking on is Sterling Heights, and starting a nice run, Poetic Amy for Sky Chanet's as they turn. And the leader by a couple of lengths, Crumlin Trouble, has had no trouble yet. Moving to the Country in second, and then Sterling Heights. Poetic Amy has run at the back, but well out in front, Crumlin Trouble by a couple of lengths. Kicking on in second placing, trying to make a bit of a race of it, Moving to the Country. But it is Crumlin Trouble, just strings them along the entire way. No trouble at all. Crumlin Trouble, 2.5. Moving to the Country second from Sterling Heights, Lady Moonshine, Poetic Amy, and Speak Up. 124.86. There's a look at the finish order. Final race coming up with the following changes. Number 5 is out. Hearty Christini is a steward scratch. And 9, Brown Butters Sage. The rider Austin Adams, a corrected weight of 122. The carryover is up to $78,501.07 in the jackpot high 5. We're 17 minutes away.
We go from Crumlin Fashion to Crumlin Trouble. Back-to-back winners here at Woodbine in races 6 and 7 on what has turned out to be an extremely formful card. But as soon as one says that, the tides, they cannot change. And we'll see if that happens here in race number 8, going 5.5 furlongs. Jackpot high 5 finale with a carryover of over $78,000. Let's start off with Miss Candy Girl. This could be your top pick, Lisa, right now at 5-1. Off a good run last time.
Right, and that was her first run here in Toronto. She had been claimed down at Gulfstream Park for $17,500, and then they gave her the time, a little bit of a break, freshen her up, brought her back on June the 5th, and she ran a really good second. So I'm thinking these are some fresher legs. She's had a start under her belt, so she got some good air into her lungs. Since that race on June the 5th, they've gone back and they've worked her a couple of more times. One of the workouts taking place on the main track, one of them taking place on the training track. I just think she's got some room for improvement here today.
Featherweight is the number 2, and what the heck happened last time out? This horse will do that though sometimes. Once the speed's gone, we'll put the brakes on.
Right.
But I think she kind of needs things her own way to be effective.
I guess. You know, like the other thing too is it's another year. Like, you know, 2025, they put her away in August. So why did they put her away so early? And then when they brought her back, she just wasn't the same. But like you said, she's put the brakes on before. I'm gonna just watch her here today and see what she does. We're on to start number 20 to try and get the maiden score.
Of those that I've run, I didn't really love anybody, and the fact that Fraser shows up on this 3 Sporty Angela, I thought, I'd give this horse a bit of a go in here, and you know, kind of lukewarm right now.
Okay, so this is a decent mare. She's an 8-time winner. She's made over $165,000 in her career. But here's the thing, when you look her up, she's had 5 foals and only 2 are winners, and this one's a little on the smaller side, I would say. It's like, not that the groom is astronomically tall and it makes her look small, but she is a little on the small side here for her career debut. Fraser Abley is going to be riding here today, and like you said on the pregame show, he doesn't normally ride for this outfit. This is a barn that's just started here this season, but it's not a rider that they've used. And you can see if you go way back that there is a foundation into this horse down over the winter months in Florida.
Number 4 is Believe in Luck. Trainer Phil Hall looking for bookends on the card.
Well, wouldn't it be a great thing if Cavay Nichols was able to win 3 on the program? You said on the pregame show how many times he's been hitting the goalpost. He's had way more seconds than wins. And then today he gives us a winner in the first. He just won in race number 7. And he's got an opportunity here for Phil Hall to double up on the afternoon for this barn, because this barn won the opener on the program. This is the drop from 25 in for 10. It's got to be wake-up time here today for this filly.
Scratch the 5. The number 6 is You Signed It. This is the second Bruno horse in the race, now moved over to the Gittins outfit.
And this is a horse that was showing speed at Gulfstream Park when debuting there for maidens for $12,500 and then racing in a tougher $35,000 maiden event. Showed speed in both of those races but backed away. We're not talking about $35,000 claimers now. We're talking about $10,000 claimers. She will likely show speed in this race. It's just a matter of her carrying that speed right to the wire.
Ducks Fly Together is another first-time starter. This one is super speedy.
Quite a few workouts on this horse too. A fairly nice foundation into this one. I'm not familiar with the trainer, Sean Lawson. This is the first horse that he's sending out. The mare on this one, well, she was 0 for 7 in her racing career. This is the 8th foal that this mare has produced, and she's had 5 winners to date so far. They'll use Romero Mirage, and she debuts with Lasix.
one that should be a speed threat, you would think, as girls' night out.
Yep, speed just the same as the 6-horse. It's almost exactly the same. Like, they'll show speed, but then they back away. And I would, again, consider her to be a speed force along with the 6 in this spot, and the two of them might just duke it out on the front end.
And we'll wrap it up with Brown Butter Sage on the far outside. And note the rider change on this one to Austin Adams.
Yeah, and so here's a horse that they claimed for 15, and then they had to give the horse some time off, brought the horse back, a couple of poor performances, gave the horse more time off, brought the horse back, another poor performance. Ugh, I mean, you're going to have to show me something here today in this comeback race. Eddie Catrine trains, and like you said, we'll switch up riders to Austin Adams.
Those are the horses you get to choose from here for race number 8 as we get all set to shut things down here on the program. And again, extremely, extremely formful card of racing to this point of the proceedings, which is not usually the case on Thursdays and Fridays. We usually tend to get those that you look back and say, how'd this horse win? But that's not the case. Now, coming up on tomorrow's edition of Woodbine Racing Live, we're going to have some more workouts for horses coming up on the program this weekend. The Seagram Cup is the big race, obviously, on Saturdays.
Yes, and then unfortunately, kind of a quick day on Sunday. Well, fortunately and unfortunately, we'll be home for dinner, so that's the good news. 8 races in store for you on the Sunday program. But today was kind of fun. You said it on the pregame show. Oh, Kaveh Nichols, he keeps hitting the goalpost, but he's not there, and he gave us 2 nice winners.
It's amazing. I got Donnie McRae going, now I got Kevin
I know.
going.
Last week he said, when's this McRae barn going to start to roll? And then it started to roll. They found themselves in the winner's circle today as well. Yeah, good day today. And if you had Crumlin in your name, you won a couple of races.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that does it for us here tonight. Just a gorgeous night for racing,
really
too.
Nice.
Oh, so nice. The first race at Woodbine Mohawk Park just getting underway. And we'll close things down with this race, then you can change your focus over to our good friends in Campbellville, Ontario. But the Jackpot High Five has that nice carryover here for race number 8. We are now at $78,000. We wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you tomorrow for the pregame show at noon. First race post time at 1 p.m.
Call to post race 8, number 6 headed out earlier. You signed it. The scratch of 5, Hardy Christini, is one change. The other is a rider change on 9, Brown Butter Sage to Austin Adams, and a corrected weight of 122. The carryover in the Jackpot High 5, $78,501.07. They'll go 5 1/2 furlongs to conclude the program. It's a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares. They're 3 and up, and they're headed now to the post parade. Race 8, 8 minutes away. Here is the field in the post-parade race 8. Number 1, Miss Candy Girl for Lisa McCallum Smith, who is the owner. David Borsk, trainer, with the ride Jeffrey Alderson. 2 is Featherweight, Pietro Morin riding for Santino De Pola and York Tech Racing Stable. 3 is heading up, and that's Sporty Angela for Bruno Schickerdan, Steve Bryant and Fraser Ailey coming through the tunnel right now. Number 4, Believe in Luck, is owned by George Gilbert, trainer Philip Hall, the rider Keve Nichols. 5 is out. Number 6 headed up earlier. We'll come back to 6, who's on the way up. And it is the 7 on screen, Ducks Fly Together, who is a first-timer, with Romero Mirage riding for Sean Lawson, owner and trainer. Number 8, Girls Night Out, raced and trained by Nick Nosawenko with Christoph Douglas. And number 9, Brown Butter Sage, Austin Adams, the rider for Abraham Katrayan, owned by 1748425, Ontario Limited. And we'll go back and pick up You Signed It. There is number 6, You Signed It, for Devon Gittins, Bruno Schickerdan's the rider, Kirk Johnson with 5 minutes from the 8th and final here today. Three minutes. This field coming to the start. There's been good support here for number 6. You Signed It. 2-1. 7-2. Ducks Fly Together and Miss Candy Girl the 1. So first time starter here. Ducks Fly Together. And Sporty Angela, the other first timer, at 6-1. They're coming up. And Miss Candy Girl has the inside gate. And the rider of You Signed It out of the saddle. The horse going to reunite with Kirk Johnson in the gate. Meantime, it's featherweight Believe in Luck and Sporty Angela. Ducks Fly Together goes to the line for Romero Mirage. Christoph Douglas, Girls Night Out. Abraham Catrine will complete the line with Austin Adams in the saddle for him on Brown Butter Sage, and the start coming up. 5-2 equal favorite now, Miss Candy Girl with You Signed It. Brown Butter Sage going up to gate 9, and the field is now in the gate, set to run. Off their race and very slow was Sporty Angela, dipped out to last. Away well, Brown Butter Sage going for the lead featherweight. Ducks Fly Together's coming up on the outside, pushing through As You Signed It. A swarm up front, and over on the inside, just behind the Miss Candy Girl, Believe in Luck is in the center. And next to last, early on, Sporty Angela, and the trailer by 2 lengths is Girls Night Out. Showing the way, You Signed It. In second, Ducks Fly Together. One away third featherweight on the outside, Brown Butter Sage. A length back, Miss Candy Girl making ground. And then Believe in Luck, and well behind are both Sporty Angela and Girls Night Out. 5/16 to run, and You Signed It still out in front. Going to second, featherweight. Ducks Fly Together on the outside. And taken wider, Brown Butter Sage, Believe in Luck. Miss Candy Girl's coming home pretty well for Jeffrey Alderson. And as they turn, looks for a run to come to the center. Featherweight's gone to the front. Miss Candy Girl in hot pursuit, and down the outside, Believe in Luck and Brown Butter Sage. Miss Candy Girl trying to get the leader, featherweight in front. Miss Candy Girl balancing up now. And Miss Candy Girl on the outside has gone on by. And a nice winner, Miss Candy Girl, a length and a half to featherweight. 5 away, Brown Butter Sage. And over on the inside, Sporty Angela. Running off there was Believe in Luck. And back in the center, Girls Night Out from Ducks Fly Together, and You Signed It. And the favorites finishing as the winner, and then at the back. Time is 1:06:46. The first quarter 22 3. The half 47, 59 3 for 5/8, and the final time 1:06:46. And the winner is a clear one. Number 1, Miss Candy Girl. A beautiful ride. And here are the placings. Numbers are 1, 2, 9, 3, 4. The winner is number 1, Miss Candy Girl. She ended up as the favorite over 2 featherweight. Second, 9, Brown Butter Sage. Third, number 3, Sporty Angela, bet down to 3-1. Second pick, Believe in Luck, was 5th. And unofficial, 1, 2, 9, 3, 4 needed for the jackpot high 5. And it is Miss Candy Girl, continuing on from a very good run last start, when second, to now being a winner. And that is a breakthrough win and a 6th lifetime start. And a very nice winning ride by Jeffrey Alderson. And it's Lisa McCallum Smith, the winning owner, and David Borsk, the winning trainer, of this 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Twirling Candy from Miss Dial. And congrats to the breeders in New York. Everything's cricket racing. And Miss Candy Girl in the winner's circle. Final race has gone official, and we'll get the prices shortly. And they're coming through now as the winner, Miss Candy Girl, has paid $8.50 for the win. 410 and 340 across the board. 2 featherweight, 780 and 530. And number 9, Brown Butter Sage, 1160 to show. The exacta, 1-2, 56.90. And the trifecta 129, 357.65. Super number 3 fourth, $2,608.80. And in the jackpot high five, there's a consolation with number 4 in fifth, $2,513.95. The carryover is $83,257.48 to on we go on Friday. The double 6-1, 23.60. 1-2 swinger 365, 1-9 585, and 2-9 $48.80. Pick 3, 4, 6, 1 or 5, 34.40. The jackpot power pick 6, the consolations paid $456.30 for 485, 461 or 5 in the final leg as well. Is a winning ticket. Pick 6 carryover is now $6,161.53 to racing on Friday. Payouts on the final race. Set to run. Off their race and very slow was Sporty Angela, dipped out to last. Away well, Brown Butters Sage going for the lead featherweight. Ducks Fly Together's coming up on the outside, pushing through as you signed it. A swarm up front, and over on the inside, just behind the Miss Candy Girl, Believe in Luck is in the center. And next to last, early on, Sporty Angela, and the trailer by 2 lengths is Girls Night Out. Showing the way, You Signed It. In second, Ducks Fly Together. One away third featherweight on the outside, Brown Butters Sage. A length back, Miss Candy Girl making ground. And then Believe in Luck, and well behind are both Sporty Angela and Girls Night Out. 5/16 to run, and You Signed It still out in front. Going to second, featherweight. Ducks Fly Together on the outside. And taken wider, Brown Butter Sage, Believe in Luck. Miss Candy Girl's coming home pretty well for Jeffrey Alderson. And as they turn, looks for a run to come to the center. Featherweight's gone to the front. Miss Candy Girl in hot pursuit, and down the outside, Believe in Luck and Brown Butter Sage. Miss Candy Girl trying to get the leader, featherweight in front. Miss Candy Girl balancing up now. And Miss Candy Girl on the outside has gone on by. And a nice winner, Miss Candy Girl, a length and a half to featherweight. 5 away, Brown Butter Sage. And over on the inside, Sporty Angela. Running off there was Believe in Luck, and back in the center, Girls Night Out from Ducks Fly Together, and You Signed It. And the favorites finishing as the winner, and then at the back. There is a look at the final race in terms of the finish order first. And now the claim. It was Ducks Fly Together has gone from the barn of Sean Lawson to Mike DiPaolo for Anakini and Dalimonte Holdings Incorporated. That does conclude our Thursday night program. We are back with Friday racing, and then Saturday the Seagram, and on Sunday our 4 days of action will conclude. But thanks for joining us on track. For those who have been watching and wagering, a reminder, Woodbine Mohawk Park, and they're underway, and we look forward to your company coming up tomorrow. Good night.